virtualization task off from the that layer, like of security setting, networking to dedicated chips. It's a very interesting service. Have a look onto that, guys. Nitro Systems. Okay, so when choosing an instance, what are the things to be considered? Usually comes as an equation, uh, like what shall be taken into account: core count of CPUs, memory size, storage size and type, network performance, IO requirements, input output requirements, to yeah, which we'll discuss next in storage part, and CPU technology. It's ARM based you need, or you need as a Intel maybe, or you want to use, yeah, so based on your technology you can also choose it, Skylake or as well. So to help you with that, we have AWS Compute Optimizer. So this tool runs on your where you're running the workload and will help you to guide with it. Yeah. So have a look onto that. It's a free of cost service. So if in case you are not sure about the type of workload, type of instance family you need to choose, this will help you to guide. This will give you some 2 or 3 types of instances which are suitable to run your workload after learning the performance on your historical data and usage consumption, everything. Yeah, so that's where this will help you. We have a next we have a customer story, Arteries, in the healthcare, where they have reduced the time to read out or understanding of an MRI report. Yeah, so there's a whole video onto it. I just want to leave it for you. I will send this URL in the next break to all of you. So since we had a previous break little earlier because of the technical issues, I will share with you to have a look onto that, how industries are changing using the high performance compute types available for them. Yeah, it's all video onto that. Okay, then after compute, after EC2 instances, there comes the ECS containers to modernize your workloads. You want to move out of sometimes of dependency of your uh, operating systems, right? So that's where you run the workloads onto the managed containers platform, like of Docker, Kubernetes. Yeah, so ECS is a container management service that supports Docker containers. Yeah, you can run your application on managed cluster of Amazon EC2 instances. So what ECS is? ECS basically eliminates the need for you to install, operate, and scale off your own cluster or managing the old Docker platform. So with simple API calls, you can launch and stop Docker-enabled applications, query the complete state of your cluster, and access many familiar features like security groups, ELBs, EBS volumes, IAM roles. All you can do it from this. Yeah, and as you know, it's a very important to orchestrate the workload onto the ES. You can schedule the placement of containers across your cluster as well. So it integrates your own scheduler, or maybe you want to use any third-party scheduler as well. Yeah, so it helps you to easily create and manage a fleet of Docker containers on a cluster of EC2 instances. Yeah, higher instance utilization, microservices. That's where you use the ECS to build on. By the way, there is a next to it is the Fargate, where you do not have to think of the operational tasks, right? Like of scaling up, launching something new, yeah, as a container. All will be taken care by a platform. So Fargate is the next step to the ECS. Basically, ECS is available as a Fargate, yeah, so called as a container as a service. Sometimes you bring your container, you throw onto the ECS as a Fargate. Rest is taken care, guys. Yeah, so to maintain or manage your containers, and that is available for the EKS as well. So Fargate versus ECS is typically, I'll say that Fargate is a managed ECS. So where you can manage your container services. Yeah. Here you have to manage your EC2 instances, how much compute is required and everything. You get a cluster, but you need still the management of it. With the Fargate, you don't have to think about it. Okay, guys. So next one is this Lambda. As you know, we have progressed from the virtualization of EC2 instances to the containers to the now serverless, which is denoted this way. Yeah, developer might get a tattoo of it as well. Okay, so because it's a very helpful and very amazing service to help the developers. Why I say that? Because they don't have to take care of any infrastructure task, which usually they spend a lot of time in managing that, like installing something for the debugging, for building, for creation, even what goes wrong with the computation once they run any expensive statement or anything. So that's all been usually taken care by the services around the Lambda. We call it as a Lambda is a function as a service. As a developer, you come write your code based on the event. It will drive your functions. So like for example, uh, I want to shut down all of my machines at 6 p.m. So I will, and then record that information in my database as well. So it is well integrated. When I talked about in the morning how well integrated it is, that's one of the example is Lambda. I write a script. Basically, you will get an IDE. You can write in the Python, Java, whichever language you like. Go on C hash, anything. You write, you build your, you bring your code, you write it down, you're good with it, it will trigger the function, and it is integrated with different DBs like of RDS and DynamoDB and record the information. So what you had to do nothing. You just had to write your function, right? Offloading the all maximum task away from the developers. As a persona of developer, I will just come and write my code. So no management of compute infrastructure. You are seeing the trend coming in the compute, starting from the EC2 instances to the containers, now to the Lambda. You don't have to manage anything. And pricing is the next big thing about it. So you only pay for the time your code or your function is executed. So once if someone asks me, "Oh, it could be costlier for me," I would say, guys, you are not going to pay for the time when there is no user. Still your website, still your function is executable, is available, but you are not paying for the compute because it is not being used. So yeah, how the pricing is aligned is basically for the first million requests, that's free, and after that you pay for zero point 0.2 per million request. It's based on to the request number of requests, as well as long your function is being executed. In with this difference of 100 millisecond, you pay for that. It's not free, by the way. First 1 million requests are free. Once you use the free tier account, yeah, you will get to know that. Yeah, so that's what the Lambda is, serverless. So there is no server, guys, for you to manage. No server. All you do is write your code. What type of code? Different languages are available, and it's a very well integrated. Good. Okay, so let me clean this scrubbing on my screen and move on. So, and another example, which by the way, Lambda, once you will start using it, having a hands-on onto it, you will find some of the examples or some of the what we call it functions are already available there for you to try out. One of them would be this one as well, to create the thumbnails out of your pictures. So if in case I post a 10 Mbps of picture onto S3 and I open on my mobile, it will be very heavy file. I open it onto my iPad or anywhere else, by the way. So I need to create a thumbnails for that. Yeah. So I write a Lambda function for that. Yeah. So once I post any picture into S3, remember, you do not have to write anything about the integration of S3 and Lambda because it is already taken care by the platform. Yeah. So It's integrated also with the S3. Once it is written any S3 picture into there, your code will be executed based on your function. By the way, we will come to that execution role, and then it will post the picture into the target bucket. From there on, if you have access through your mobile, your iPad, your laptop, it will be visible to you in the right encoded format. So yeah, that's a beauty. That's a beauty of integration. That's a beauty of writing the only function, not thinking about the backend management of servers and everything. Everyone in the call, maybe developers or operationals, guys, it's a heaven for writing the code. Yeah. Okay, so knowledge check, guys. With this, let me put this question. Try to use the process of elimination, which is going to help you, yeah, in the today's assessment as well. AWS Lambda does which of the following? What do you reckon, guys? A, B, C, D, or E? Let me walk with you. So runs code in the responsive event. Okay, fine. Uh, Run code without provisioning and managing servers. That's true. Manage compute infrastructure. It does for you. Streams data into the cloud. Uh-oh. It's a Kinesis or maybe any other service. Contains EC2 instances. Uh-oh. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got probably around 10 answers and none of them is wrong. So good. Yeah. So first three, either you can use the process of elimination like stream code database data in the cloud is not true and this is not true. Thank you for all of your answers. That's true. Lambda is a managed service. And there is another one. What is the first step in getting started with the AWS Lambda? Provision EC2 instances? No. Deploy an OSMH? What do you think, guys? Oh, we have a very amazing audience. So yeah, all are answering already with D. Upload your code and you are done with it. Yeah, so this is just quick checks on the knowledge we are running right now, but more of the assessment will come the last part of the session. So guys, okay, so those who cannot see the screen, just try to refresh because that's not been reported to many of the audience. Okay, guys, next one is the storage and content delivery network. I'm hoping you are already guessing what content delivery is our CloudFront, but let's dive deep into the storage part. We have a plethora of services available in the storage, starting with the EBS, yeah, which is the block storage, and then comes the S3, which is object-based storage. I put a picture, I put a video, I put a doc file, I put a PDF, I put a backup, anything you can dump in the object-based storage. Then come the Glacier, Snowball, and CloudFront. So one by one, let's look what are these in details. So EBS is the Elastic Block Storage Volume. Yeah, so similar to the hard drive, attached to your instances, a persistence memory, which will persist with the lifespan. Yeah, so similarly to the hard drive, having a 1 GB, 16 GB per volume. And let's think about it, data center. What exactly in the data centers are? It's a long line queued up lot of servers for the compute, and on the other side there's a long queue of all the storage available, and on the compute that is EC2 instances which you launch, and for them to run you need an OS where it will reside onto the persistence memory. That's what the block storage is, right? Your EBCDE drive kind of thing, which is attached to your compute, is your EBS volume. You can create the partition around it. You can use it for the boot OS, not S3. This can be used for the boot operating system. Yeah. And why do we use EC2 for the running the dynamic websites? And where do you keep the all dynamic data like of images, additional files onto the EBS as your storage? Okay, multiple volumes on same EC2 instance. Multiple. Oh, okay. Multiple volumes. So yeah, so sorry, I got a little confused. I'll tell you what confusion was. Multiple volumes on a same EC2 instances. So if in case you want to attach like 100 of volumes to one EC2 instance, you can do that certainly, right? But be cognizant about the performance as well if you're attaching more than 100 or as such number of EBS volumes. Yeah, so EBS is storage required usually for database, file system, block level storage. You use it usually with like of SAP, for your RDS databases, any type of databases you need a EBS volume attached to it. It's like of hard disk. Yeah, different type of EBS available. One type is SSD, solid state drive, faster, little costlier, but yeah, giving a high IOPS. And then comes the HDD for a different type of workload, hard disk drive. So basically for analytics workload, where the throughput does matter, like how much the performance in terms of megabytes per second. And here is a input output operations written in a per second IOPS. Yeah. So yeah, different type of EBS volumes are available. Right tool for the right job, guys. Okay, so moving on, continuing on EBS, durability and backup. So for durability, what we do is basically backup your EBS volume in the same availability zone. So remember this. So if in case something happens with your EBS volume, it has a replication available to use it as a backup. Every service has an SLA with it, which you can find on the website. It probably have around 99 point something, and then there is a backup available in case of any problem. Yeah. So snapshots are backed up onto the S3. S3 in itself is a very highly available and durable workload type of storage available. So all the snapshots you're taking of EBS will be residing into S3. Yeah. So if in case you want very dedicatedly knowledge around SLAs, I'll refer you guys to check on our website for all of the service. Yeah, so it's SLA available. So restore a snapshot to add a new EBS volume. You can create a new volume out of it, and you can have encrypted EBS volumes as well. So on the during you are using any workload, if you want to reside data as an encrypted form. As you know, there are two types of encryption we keep on the data as well as data at rest and data in transit. At rest, you use any type of encryption, customer keys, or maybe AWS provide key. You can use it, right? So ABS gives you additional option to encrypt your data at rest. Just a matter of click, and your drive is encrypted. Okay, so moving on about EBS. Okay, I didn't know we are covering that part too. So we talked about the right tool for the right job. Let me expand on to that. So SSD is a general purpose. You might start with it, and after time you figure it out, you need more performant storage. You can switch to the provision IOPS, which is more faster for designed for mission critical applications. Yeah, so it's a higher IOPS available. For the provision IOPS, you can go for as much IOPS you require, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Yeah, and based on that you also pay the cost. So it has a size between 4 GB to 16 GB, and for SSD 1 GB 16 GB TB, sorry, excuse me, onto that. And then there comes the throughput optimized, which is 500 GB starts with. Also talks about it is mainly used for the analytics, big data, and batch processing information. So where you use it for um, HDFS, by the way, for the file system, distributed file system, you use the throughput optimized, and then this called as well. Then there is another type is available called as a magnetic, yeah, which is purely for like of storage. Okay, so next one is the S3. How would you think about S3? S3, you first of all, it's a serverless, right? So you don't have to take care of any of the service running at the background because that's what we do. It's one of the service we launched in initially in 2006, maybe 6, 7. Yeah. So we called it as a storage for the internet. You put any form of your data at any scale. Infinite, we call it. Like you want to put like exabyte of data, S3 is ready for you. But I want to emphasize on this point. Never consider S3 as a just a storage dumping John, because it basically act as a Swiss army knife. It does a lot of other stuff. Yeah, a few of them we will touch upon. Yeah, I'll try to show very quick demo on it, like 10 minutes it will take. I will walk you through the capacity of it, yeah, and capability of S3. But yeah. So it's S3 is storage. Any unstructured data you can put onto this, like images, videos, files, data storage, backups, and use cases for that: storing application assets, like for many years you have some data you want to put in there, application assets you can put in there, like of Hotstar, Netflix. If you want to live streaming something, you can use S3 for that. And static web hosting as well. If in case you want to host a website as a static website, like which have HTML file will consist into it, not a dynamic one, by the way, just mind it. So for dynamic you will use what EC2 instances. For static website, because it's a eventual consistent, you cannot change the files in the real time. So you can have the uh, static website hosted into it. Like for a DR, if in case your EC2 instance running dynamic website goes down, you can forward the traffic to the S3, which will have the static website hosting. Maybe an error page it will showcase, or some of the options as well. Okay, so backup and disaster recovery, it can be used for extended as a file system using storage gateway. By the way, don't get overwhelmed with the terms I'm using, but yeah, use case is to use it as a backup and disaster recovery, staging area for the big data. Yeah, as a data lake, you can use S3 as well. Media hosting, like I talked about customer like Netflix, Hotstar, they use it for hosting the data, and software delivery as well, delivering the softwares as a center storage. Okay, so then continuing on to S3, we have 7 different tiers. So based on the type of storage entity you have, you can decide in a different type of tiers, which will have a different pricing and different attributes as well. Like for S3 standard, wherein you can put the data which will be resided into 3 different availability zone, 3 or more than 3. So which will have 99.99 availability and 11 nines of durability. So like there is a chance of my picture which I uploaded being lost in 1 million years, picture database or whatever you are putting in there. So yeah, one thing about standard is that for the retrieval time, it's really faster and you do not need to pay for that. That's a standard. And then comes the infrequent access, which is you are not retrieving very usually, yeah, very frequently. That's where you use the infrequent access. Your workload like of database backup might need a retrieval or might not. if in case required a retrieval of database backup just to do the point in time recovery or any recovery, you might download it, and you at the time it went down, your database goes down, you might need it very faster, right? That's where you put the infrequent access. Might or might not. So but retrieval fees is associated with it, but yeah, it's suitable for the infrequent access like database backup I talked about. And then we put the machine learning into the tiering, which is intelligent tiering. So for 30 days, if in case your object is untouched, automatically it will be transferred to the infrequent access. Yeah. So so between the tiers, it will move. So you will pay lesser, right? And yeah, so that's what the intelligent tiering is. That's again give you the same availability and durability. More than 3 availability zone, it will keep the backups of. You do not have to go and do design of backups. AWS take care of it. So if in case I post any picture, these are my 3 AZs where my picture will be backed up. If in case AZ goes down, this is available, and yeah, my data will remain there. And one zone is about putting the data in one availability zone. If in case you consider very old backups or something which is not going to be prominently used, you can use a one zone which will be 20% lesser as compared to the standard one. Yeah, infrequent access. And then they come the glacier. So one trend you will see here is basically it's about all of the hot data. Then came the warm data, lukewarm data, if we call it, and then comes the cold data. So as the representation of it with the name of glacier. So you putting your archival data in there. So your logs, your old backups, or maybe some of the data which is required to kept as an archived form for a couple of years, or like sometimes 7 to 10 years in the healthcare industry, at very cheap cost. You can reside your data in there, which you will not retrieve very usually, right? So yeah, so so it does take sometimes between 1 minute to the 12 hours. Different type of segment within the glacier is as well available, like of bulk and expedited or standard one. So you can use glacier. You can consider it as a storage for the archivals. And then there comes the deep archive. I'm sorry, I have to fix it. I always forget to fix it. It's a not deep dive, it's a deep archive. I'll do it certainly. So deep archive is even way cheaper is there. So uh, like of yeah, so you have to pay like $0.0099 per GB. Yeah, sorry for my skipping, but yeah, just to talk about it. So very cheap or very low cost storage type is available there. So we do not remove it unless you dedicatedly remove that. Yeah. Okay, so this is the different tiers are available between the S3, and then there is other options like request to pays. If in case you are a provider, I'm a consumer. If I am retrieving something, you want me to pay for downloading or doing something, you can go for the request to pays as well. Versioning, uh, it's a very important for multiple reasons, like creating a different versions of your file, and also someone not mistakenly remove any of the file will create a delete marker on your file, which you can retrieve if in case mistakenly removed. So that's versioning will be helpful as well. Hosting static websites, we talked about it. You can host a static website. Remember that S3 hosting the static website. Object lifecycle management. So if in case I want to post, I want to design a lifecycle that this is S3 by the way, not 53 guys. So if in case I want to move files automatically from S3 to Glacier, After 40 days, maybe let's take an example. So you can design a life cycle for that. And after maybe 300 days, I want to purge the data. Yeah, that will be done. So you can design a life cycle. But if in case I may ask you, can you bring the data back from the life cycle from Glacier to S3? Mm-hmm. You cannot do that, guys. Yeah, it's a, for the S3 you can put the data, but cannot bring the data from Glacier to S3. You might need, there are other options to do that, like retrieving and posting it back to the S3, but not with the life cycle. Yeah. Okay, so moving on. By the way, S3 again, for all of you who are starting newly, I would highly recommend to have a look onto the S3 features. Then comes the Glacier. We certainly talked about it, but let me just dive deep a little more. In the traditional backup environments, you have a low durability, long recovery time, and very expensive. Like you use the tapes, right, for archiving the data. Yeah, and yeah, and on to the opposite to that, the Glacier gives you the high durability, 11 nines, retrieval in several hours instead of getting the access to the tapes for like sometime days or somewhere if you are residing in a different data center or any other remote place. Yeah, and yeah, and there is also chances of tapes getting raptured or any other problem. So that's not with the Glacier. So just 0.004 for Glacier, and retrieval options are here: standard, bulk, and expedited. If in case you still want a very fast retrieval, you can go for expedited. But yeah, that will might cost the similar to the infrared access. But guys, options are given to you based on your type of storage you are residing. Okay, so Glacier life cycle is here shown. Identify the affected object, set a timeline you want to transition from S3 to Glacier, and schedule object to the permanent deletion as well. We talked about it in our previous slide. That's just a representation onto the slide. Yeah. And EFS. So someone talked about like we do not have EFS. We are covering very little of it. So now the question comes, what if in case you want to have a multiple EC2 instances to share one storage? By the way, there is a new type of ABS volume has come up, like called as a multi-attach ABS volume. But if in case you want to attach like 100 of your EC2 instances to one storage over the network. Yeah, S3 cannot do that. Yeah? So it doesn't give you consistent performance. So as NFS, so NFS is like network file system. Oh, sorry, network. Yeah, NFS is network file system over the network shared storage. Multiple computers, multiple EC2 instances attached to it. Yeah, EFS, what it does automatically and instantly scales up as your storage capacity increased or decreased up and down. It will do it dynamically, and you pay as much as you use. If 120 GB you have stored, you will pay for that. 125 for that only. You are not going to pay for like for you are procuring or subscribing for 200 or 500 as such. Yeah, so that's the beauty of EFS. So it's a shared file storage, fully managed by AWS. You just come and start using it as a storage. Like for SAP customer, it is used for a transport system a lot. Yeah. Okay, so it also has a very high durability and availability, residing data in the different availability zones as well. Snowball. So Snowball is, I want you to picturize it's looking, it's a briefcase size of hardware provided by AWS, right? So what it used to be earlier, if in case customer wanted to migrate data, they wanted to migrate, they're sending over, their hard drives which are not secured. Sometimes you might get raptured. For that, we came up with a hardware device which can help you to migrate the data, also store the data if remotely you want to store. It's I want you to picturize like a briefcase once again. So which has a small graphical screen onto it where you can find out some of the information associated with your storage and your about your device itself, right? So what it does, this will be shipped to you, this device, if in case you want to migrate the data, right? You attach it with your storage, you transfer to it up to 100 TB. So different sizes are available, like 80, 50. I think some of 80 is being decommissioned, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe 50 is decommissioned. So 100 TB of data you can put onto that. So petabyte scale data transportation can be done. It can be encrypted, right? So it's a very rugged device. I wanted to tell you that I saw one video on the YouTube to introduce Snowball. They kicked off the device off the stage just to show how robust this device is. Yeah, so it also can stand a small potential of explosion as well. They have tested it engaged in remote areas, for military purposes, in coastal areas, where in between the seas as well, ocean. You it can be used as a rug device, as a storage. Yeah. Is Snowball is similar to external hard disk? No, it's a file system storage. It's a simple storage is available. Cannot. But yeah, there is a one type of Snowball is available called as a Snowball Edge, which can, if in case you want to consider it as if uh, it consists, by the way, what Snowball Edge consists is CPUs as well as EBS volumes too. So it can be used as a compute running at the remote areas, like giving an example in the ship docks, or in the ships, or maybe in any remote area you can use it. Yeah. So by the way, with that, I also recall another type of Snowball type is available called as a snowmobile, which is basically 45 feet long truck. A dramatic introduction of it was launched a couple of years back on our stage, reInvent stage, which I talked about in the morning. We brought this truck on the stage. What this truck consists is basically 100 of snowballs connected, where you can send exabyte of data, which comes with the arm guard force as well. So your data in transit is taken care, that security is taken care. Yeah, we have a real customer for that as well. Okay, so for migration, typically Snowballs is used a lot, and disaster recovery, data center decommissioning, and content distribution as well. So there are some of the videos are available as a case study, which you can have a look onto that. So Snowville, which I was talking about, the 45 feet long truck, is here for you to have a look onto. And to have a by the way, how the process or procurement process is, basically you will go to the beautiful management console and raise a request, and it will be shipped to you between 7 days, within a week or 10 days, and you put the data into it and you raise a request to send it back. Our colleague will come, sorry, and they will take it and put the data back to the S3. By the way, we have launched a new tool for that, or service we call it, called as a AWS Ops Hub for Snow family, to operate or to manage or see all the information around the Snowball in a very nice looking dashboard. We launched a new service called as a Ops Hub last week itself. Yeah, so have a look onto that. Okay, so CloudFront, guys, we talked about the CloudFront is CDN network on using leveraging our edge locations for all of your dynamic static streaming and interactive content. You can post it over the edge locations. Requests for your content are automatically routed to the nearest edge location. Like we took the example of Jammu Kashmir. By the way, one thing I did not mention is that Delhi has couple of edge locations. Yeah, so that can be well helpful for you to understand how CDN is working. So if in case I'm accessing anything once from the Jammu and Kashmir resided into Mumbai region, can be accessed later stage from the edge locations. But how long? How long depends upon your TTL, time to live. You can by default it's a 24 hours, but it can extend up to I think a week or some time. So you pay according to that as well. Yeah, and you can run also code nearby the customer for using the edge location called as a lambda lambda running at the edge. How CloudFront delivers content to users, I had been talking about it and you might have visualized. Now we can see on the screen. So a user will go to the edge locations rather than going to the origin. Like if in case your bucket is created in the US region and you want to access somewhere from the Russia, yeah, I don't know where the geography is that, or any other place. So you can could be Ukraine as well. So you want to access it from there, and it will be accessible to you from the caching location rather than going back to the US. Yeah. So I took the example of Jammu and Kashmir and Mumbai there. So you can also have a look into that. So if it's a website, it will be cached nearby a location as well. Okay, so now we have a first architecture example. It's just a lift and shift. You can now imagine you are running a workload, uh, onto the what I wanted to say. Sorry. Yeah, so you just want to move out of the data centers. Few of the services I talked about can literally help you. So what? Running the web application, you can use EC2 instances to increase the number of EC2 instances. With EC2 comes the service called as a auto scaling. You can add as much EC2 you can add automatically. By the way, that's not we are going to discuss today, but yeah, just to inform you, you can add auto scaling, and then for static content you use S3 bucket and EBS. Maybe web application has a web application and database servers as well. Yeah, database solution as well. So that's a small architectural example. Don't worry, it will be further demystified as well. So we talked about these all, yeah, EBS, S3, and if instance store is ephemeral, by the way, it's fine, good to know, but not being used much. It is usually used for the caching mechanism because there are some of the bad values of it. Like after reboot or reinstall, it will lose all of the data onto it. So yeah, that's why it is not used much. We used EBS instead of that. Okay, that brings us to the knowledge check. I can see there are a lot of questions being posed to our panel. Good, I am really liking it. Like you are putting a lot of questions and focusing on what we are covering. So now I want your attention for a second to the slide question. So question is, which of the following best describe the type of data for which Amazon S3 Glacier is best suitable? What do you see? There are two options, two answers you need to give, guys. Frequently erased in 30 days, I doubt that. So I go with all of your answers. Thank you, everyone. Vikas, Biswajit, Shashwat, everyone has given the right answer. So DNC available after a 3 or 5 years restore period, archival, glacier, cold data, archival, infrequent or rarely accessed. That's true. So block storage is EBS, frequently erased within 30 days. No. We need it for longer period of time. Right, guys? Okay, with that, now we moving on with, oh, sorry. sorry. There is another question. Okay, sorry for jumping the gun. So next one is for you to read and help me with the answers. For the big data, so you have to look into the keywords like big data, need high transfer rates, huge workloads. By the way, I chose a lot of them. They are looking for solution which is cost effective. Once you're going for the exam, any of the AWS exam, these are the things you also need to notice. Like, what are the keywords here? Like EBS storage type. EBS storage could be between SSD and HDD. Cost effective. Okay. Okay. Might not be the provision IOPS. What type of workload? Big data. So high throughput, right? Good. So all of you have answered it correctly. So answer is throughput optimized. So like big data, I took an example of analytics. Yes, this is for databases and this is for general purpose, right? Balance between storage and operations, right? Okay, so moving on. Now we are going to talk about databases. So there is a thing which we need to take care first, or as a consumer. There are two options so far. What we consider in our previous architecture is that we install our own database onto the EC2 instances and we do manage called as a do-it-yourself DIY, right? So you have access to the operating system. You want to use Linux, good. You want to use Windows, you can go for that. Red Hat, SUSE, whatever you want. You have full operational access to that. Need features of specific application, customize accordingly, right? Backups, you have to do it yourself. High availability mirroring, you have to do it yourself. Writing scripts, you have to do it yourself. Point in time recovery, you have to do it yourself. And then there comes the managed services. Yeah, so managed services is onto the database specifically. I'm talking about where you are having the prepared database available instance. So prepared in the terms, by the way, you have to choose the options, which type of database you are looking forward to, and will give you the easy way to set it up, manage and maintain. Offloading heavy undifferentiated tasks like of backup, point-in-time recovery, and others. Yeah, push button high availability. So you do not have to write the scripts for mirroring. You just click a button, focus on the performance rather than focusing on to the managing it, right? Managed infrastructure. So database onto the AWS is basically managed service as a managed service available. You still have an option to run it on to top of EC2. You can go for directly for the managed database services. What are those? Let's have a look, guys. So what do you see on your slide right now is uh, four things we are going to discuss, starting with the RDS, which is a relational database offering. Then comes the DynamoDB, which is a NoSQL. So few call it as a not only SQL. Few says it's just not SQL. I won't say it's a it's about marketing against the Microsoft of NoSQL SQL Server, but yeah, so it's just it is called as a. By the way, it's not a standard definition. I had tried to figure out and find over the internet. It's just somehow it started called as a NoSQL, which is not only relational database, right? And then comes the DMS we are going to talk about. Okay, we are good. We want to use something onto the cloud because of the benefits we are going to talk about. But how we migrate, how easy we migrate is using this service, DMS, Database Migration Services. For those who have joined our migration session last week, we talked DMS in well detail, right? I joined one of the session on Friday as well. We talked about this schema conversion tool as well. Yeah, we'll talk more about it. And then comes the Redshift, which is a data warehouse solution, fastest growing data warehouse in the cloud. At in By the way, data warehouse is all about storage and processing. Most of storage, by the way. So Redshift is the best choice because it can get you up and ready at a petabyte scale in just 0.25 per hour. Yeah, so we'll talk about more on this. So this is what we are going to talk about, and starting with understanding what relational database is and what key value database is, basically NoSQL. So rows and columns, Excel as we know it. Yeah, so it has a relation in between. That's a relation database types. Where do we use it? Usually with the, by the way, so far what we had been using a lot of relational database, like in our banking application, any financial applications, most of them, yeah, databases typically for that matter. And then is a key value, which is NoSQL and growing database. Yeah, four different type of NoSQL is available. First is document database, like which is similar to JSON, JavaScript object notation objects. And then there is a key value databases, or which is very simpler type of it. Like each item contains keys and values. Yeah, that's a key value pair. And then comes the wide column stores as well. Yeah, and wide column store is storing data in tables, rows, dynamic columns. Yeah, wide column store provide a lot of flexibility over RDS, if we compare typically. And then comes the graph databases. You might have heard about Neptune, which is an offering of AWS, is a graphical presentation of data. So give you an example right now, like we are creating the cluster of finding the cluster of all the COVID affected users, not users, affected population. So we create a graphical presentation between them, so who affected whom, so potentially, so that kind of graphical presentation between the databases we use it. So I'm just giving an example, like onto the hierarchical presentation in representation in your organizations, whose boss is who and who is reporting to whom. Yeah, that's a graphical presentation. So that's a basically NoSQL, not having a hard-coded fixed schema. It's a very dynamic schema. You can add more tables to it, more of columns to it. Yeah, that's what is the, you don't have a fixed schema, very flexible, using SQL for querying, focus on collection of data documents. Vertically, you have to add the values, or maybe you have to add more storage or compute, and there is a expanded horizontally. You can add in more instances to it, like a MongoDB or something. Oh yeah, so this is the example. You can see tables has a columns, and then you have rows, and there is a document presentation like a key value where. So that's how the presentation is. Okay, so moving on, we talked a lot about what type of relation and key value database is available. So for that relation database, we have RDS offering relational database service. What it consists is basically easily scalable platform. So you can add more storage, add more compute once you're running a workload, automatically software patching. So I talked about it's a managed database. So at the back end, we will take care of the patching of it. Automated backups. So in a given window, once a day, you can get the backups taken automatically, maybe usually in the midnights. And database snapshots. So if you want to take a manual backup, at any point of time over the day, you can go for the snapshot, and which will keep the backup where, guys? Where onto the S3. So it's an incremental backup. By the way, if yesterday it was 2 GB and today I worked around 100 MBs additional, it will just take a differential backup. Multi-AZ deployment. With a matter of click, I can create primary sync with the secondary. So if in case this goes down, or maybe I'm just running if my database is running 24/7, but there is a new update is available, like moving from 2016 to 19, I want to stop it or put it down. Secondary will act as a primary. It will take a couple of seconds, within a matter of 1 or 2 minutes, and it's up and ready. Automatic host replacement, encryption at rest, and transit as well. So SSL, TLS is available, and also KMS as an integration. Yeah. Okay, so what RDS consists of? What type of engines RDS is supporting? Six, SQL, MS SQL, by the way. You use it with this MySQL, Oracle, Postgres, MariaDB. Open source, and then there is a commercial grade as well, like MS SQL and Oracle is available for you to use. And then there is our own brainchild engine is available, Amazon Aurora, which is compatible with MySQL and SQL. Yeah. So in coming slide, we will talk about it. But RDS is a service available which takes most of the operations of the users doing it, like apply point updates automatically. What does AWS manage? OS installation patches, database software installation and patches, database backups, power rack stack, everything physically, server maintenance. What does customer manage? Focus is basically onto the application optimization on your schema and the data residing on top of it. Yeah. So RDS has an Aurora type, which has a hardware auto patching as well. If in case that's an question, RDS has an Aurora as an engine available, which you can choose as well. So before we discuss Aurora, let me talk about RDS benefits: managed backups, patch management, elasticity, scale up and down at any point of time, security, up to 64 TB, I believe you can expand up to, and there is a security. You have database security groups, SSL connection, automated backups for, and obviously you can deploy in a multi-AZ and configure firewall settings, multi-AZ deployments, and cost effective. Yeah. Cost, because you can bring your own license as for the database software, like for Oracle or for Windows as well, which part of your already purchase cycle can be used onto the AWS. Okay, so moving on, Aurora is our own brainchild. As I talked about, we created this database engine, which helps to reduce your database cost up to 90%. Yeah, because it is compatible with open source databases, engines, MySQL and PostgreSQL. Yeah, so over the period of time, in many years, we use this databases also at our own for the Amazon.com, and we have tuned these databases at very high extent. And as a benchmark, we talk about it's a 5 times faster than standard MySQL databases and 3 times faster than standard Postgres databases if you are managing it yourself. Yeah, and it is of 90% cheaper, called as a 1/10 of the cost if you move from your Oracle or SQL databases. Most of the customers right now moving to the Aurora are coming from there, from Oracle and SQL as well. So we have more than 10,000 customers using Oracle or using Aurora. Even at AWS, we stopped thousands of Oracle databases we were using and moved to many of different type of databases. Like for relational database, we moved to Aurora. We moved to DynamoDB, which we are going to discuss next. So it's a distributed. Aurora is distributed, fault tolerant, self-healing storage system, which someone mentioned in the chat as well. So if in case there is a problem with the onto the storage side, it will self-heal it by moving to different type of storage backup. We have 6 backups are available in different AZs. Yeah, and it delivers the high performance and availability up with 15 low latency read replicas you can create. Read replicas is to help your transactional database with not getting a lot of load onto it. For example, if I'm writing thousands of operations, thousands of transactions onto the database, yep, like 10,000, 15,000, and same time I'm reading out of the database. I'm just asking a lot out of the database, by the way. So for that, you can have read replicas across AZs, across regions as well, which can be promoted to database instance as well. Yeah. Okay, so by the way, Aurora is also with the serverless available, so which will auto scale and grow and shrink as well. So yeah, Aurora is serverless as well available. Okay, so if in case the question is that if you have already MySQL Postgres as an open source in RDS, then why we use okay, I think it's been taken care. Okay, so next comes the DynamoDB. DynamoDB is a NoSQL. We have been talking about many customers are moving to the more flexible database type. There's a DynamoDB, which is a very fast database, very performant. If in case your application requires consistent single digit millisecond latency at any scale, you use DynamoDB. Serverless, once again, you do not have to take care of any backups, logs, or anything managed. It's been done. You come and create your tables, and very much you come and create your table, to be very honest. So if you get a very lovely console to manage each and everything. Yeah. So you create your table, your items, your keys, and that's it. You are ready with it. You can add as many tables you want. So NoSQL DB fully managed, supports document and key value store. Yeah, as I talked about, 4 types of NoSQL database engines usually we find, like of graphical and wide storage, width, by the way. So it's one of the it is supporting the document and key value store. For application that needs consistent single digit millisecond latency, that's type of like a mobile backends, like of gaming services, Internet of Things, attack, and that's where you use a DynamoDB. Yeah. So I was reading something about Amazon.com, how they moved their databases. At one point, they were using for one application around 50 Oracle databases, and they moved to one single instance of DynamoDB. It's a very fast, performant, and serverless capabilities of scaling up and down. Yeah. By the way, it runs on the top of SSD backed up storage. Not B, SSD. Yeah. So very strongly consistent reads. You can get it from the DynamoDB as well. Elastic cache. So don't get confused between the edge locations capability of caching the data, but here we are talking on the application side. It's a web application available to caching the data. For example, putting the data in memory. Again, if in case I talked about Red Replica, not similar to that, it's in itself is a web application wherein you can read the values in the from the hot data, right? For example, I go to my Amazon.com and read every day what is the price for Apple Watch or iPhones, which I've been planning to buy from like many weeks already. So I will be every day going in and finding out the prices for that. So what they would do usually keep the information in the in the caching. So I do not go once again and run into the transaction and read the information from the database. Rather than that, I will fetch that information from the in-memory. right? So that is basically for high performant application. You use the you use the elastic cache basically. So it's a web application, easy to deploy, operate, and scale in-memory data store or caching in the cloud, which is being supported by most prominent open source database types is basically Redis and Memcached. So Redis has been very prominently used, very famous because of its additional features. It's a key value pair data arrangements you can do in there. Yeah. So it's helped basically to developers to retrieve information very fast, managed in memory data stores instead of you going to the persistence disk-based databases. Yeah. So that's what the elastic cache is. And then we come on to the uh, DMS, database migration service. So if in case you are looking forward to move to the cloud, you have going to take this step of migration, maybe from same database type to same, like SQL to SQL or Oracle to Oracle, which is called as a homogeneous migration or maybe heterogeneous migration. To support that, we have a service or tool called as a database migration service, DMS. So migrate to or from commercial or open source database. So free of service, free of cost to use. Yeah, source database remains fully operational during you are migrating as well. Yeah. So we talked about homogeneous and heterogeneous. If in case you want to move from SQL to MySQL as well, Microsoft SQL, MS SQL to MySQL or maybe PostgreSQL, you get an option for the SCT, schema conversion tool as well, which will help you to convert your schema as well. More than 2 lakh of database been migrated already by the uh, using the DMS already. Yeah. Okay, so then we are going to talk about the Redshift. Redshift is fully managed petabyte scale data warehouse. Yeah. So since the launch of Amazon Redshift around in 2012, the prime focus always been providing the best available performance at any scale and at the very lowest possible cost. Yeah, because as you know, for most organizations across the globe, the amount of data going into the data warehouse is growing very exponentially. In the last 2 years, we had added a lot of data, approximately as much we had over the all over the generations in the past 2 years has been increased that much, added that much as well. So Amazon Redshift is continually innovating to handle this growing volume of data and demand for the insights in that data. So it delivers really very, very fast at scale and the most demanding workloads. Basically, into 4 different segments I would talk about. It gives you the out of the box performance. Yeah, because over the period of last, I think 6 months ago, it gives you now the twice as fast of the speed now to process the data as well. So scalability as well would be the second factor, and automatic optimization as well. And the price performance I talked about, you can just start with a small of 0.25 per hours. Yeah. So use existing business intelligence tool like of one of the Redshift is Redshift Spectrum, which can be used to process the data residing into the S3 as well. So it is a data warehouse in the cloud, growing really, really faster and 10 times higher performance as compared to the traditional database for the data warehousing. Okay, so that's what the Redshift is, and I have been talking about the right tool for the right job. So For the enterprise class relation database, you can move to the RDS. Choose if in case you have been uh, you can choose any of the relation database six engines. It is, as you know, is available and supporting you. And if in case you want a NoSQL for flexible services, you can go for DynamoDB. And even in case you want to manage everything, you want to start in a way like you're just lifting and shifting. You want to operate in a matter of 1 or 2 months. You want to operate starting with EC2 instances. That's you can do. That's what you can do it. And there is a different type of databases available for different type of workload, like for times for forecasting time stream databases there, for blockchain QLDB, for MongoDB. There is a document DB is available. So yeah, so there's a, I think we have around 12 13 types of databases available, like for Cassandra as well, HBase compatible, it's available for you. So you use right tool for the right job, not a similar type of database for one type of job. Yeah, so plethora of databases are available for a different type of purposes. Okay, so this question we are going to take before we go for the break, because it's been, I think, probably around an hour now, more than that. So uh, let's have a look at this question, and please select the right option. So consider ABCD, by the way. So what type of the database engine is being supported by RDS, which supports multi-AZ? SQL, MySQL, Oracle, Aurora, Postgres. Okay, so we are having a lot of answers coming in, and those are all right. Thank you. Thank you everyone for your answers. All of the above. Amazing. With that, in actual, it's a break time now, and we are. I would refer you to have a look onto this new offering we launched this year, Code Guru. Code Guru is for you to watch what exactly it is. By the way, it's a machine learning service which will help you to automatically review your codes, and also find out the expensive statements within your code as well. So yeah, machine learning new service to review your code as well. So let me share this link and previous one which I was referring to, and let's take a break for 10 minutes once again, and we'll be right back. Thank you, and we'll be on mute. We will catch back in 10 minutes. Okay. Sorry, just got myself on mute. Just a second. Okay, I'm hoping that we all are back. And yeah, okay, guys, there was some questions around lunch. Uh, let's see. So far, we are not considering to take a lunch in between before our assessment. So during assessment, we can get ready for the assessment and prepare for the you can have a lunch with that time, but let's see how it goes. If in case we can cover it before lunchtime around 1:30, then we'll not try to introduce a lunch, like a long break of half an hour, 45 minutes, but we can have another break of 15 minutes wherein we can accommodate our some duration for the lunch as well. Yeah, 15 minutes maybe. Okay, so and the link given is not working. Let me. Okay, I'm not sure what link you mean by Kunal, but by the way, let me. We will come back to this assessment part where I'll share the link with all of you. So just uh, reiterating that by the end of today's session, we will have a segment for the assessment. So not we can do it right now because there are some of the things some other things we are need to discuss. Then you can go for the assessment. Okay, networking part, which is now we are going to talk about which binds what storage and our compute part. So typically we had been using networking in forms of having access to switches and routers. And now in the world of software based, we have software based networking onto the AWS. How it is accessible, guys? Over the internet. So yeah, what are the segments we are going to talk about in networking is VPC and then direct connect and then route 53, three of the different segment. If you remember in the morning, I talked about the classic EC2 instances, which we launched in our early stage. Yeah, so what was that EC2 instances, classic one? They did not have any landscape they were not being launched within a network landscape. They were just launched on a shared environment. And how do you secure your application? Using security groups or maybe any other firewall you need. But then as we progressed, I think I don't remember the year exactly, but then we came up with the VPC, which is a virtual private cloud. What cloud is? It's a shared environment, shared resources, and everything is shared among many organizations, right? So how do you differentiate yourself and isolate yourself if I talk about uh, isolation on the platform level? That's the answer. VPC, virtual private cloud, is this logical segment you get in there. Yeah. So more to that in coming slides. And then let me just give you a brief about direct connect. What if in case I want to connect to my environment running onto the on-premise and to the half of running or maybe some portion running onto the on cloud? That's direct connect help you with building that connectivity on a dedicated bandwidth of 1 Gbps or 10 Gbps for your hybrid connection, for your connection between hybrid environment, but can also be used for migration as well. Since you have a 1 Gbps and 10 Gbps dedicated bandwidth, why don't we migrate using that, right? So yeah, that's a direct connect. And then there comes the Route 53. Oh yeah, so DNS server for your resolving of the website's link. Uh, that's where you use the Route 53. But not just that, you can purchase domain name as well, and there are other factors as well about Route 53 which we will discuss about. It's a DNS system AWS DNS system, which is comes with the 100% availability. Okay, so first is the most important. It's like of LAN, logical isolated cloud resources available between that LAN. You can create your own cider block, yeah, classless interdomain uh, range. You can specify between that. That's what you can do it. And then uh, there's a virtual private cloud. Yeah, so you get a virtual private cloud, and you get a complete control of your IP address range, which you want to choose 10.0 or 192.168 or 172.16. So whichever IP range you want for your private network or your isolation cider block, you can go for that. Yeah, and public and private subnets, you want to create some of the applications can be accessed from the outer world. That's where come the public subnet. Private, no one has an access to it from the internet direct. Yeah, so that's where the private subnet comes. So you can create all of this using the VPC yourself, from the security point of view, from the accessibility point of view, and yes, from the hosting the application in a different segments. You can design VPC based on to that. Give you an example. Many of the partners working with a lot of SAP customers, SAP has a development system and there is a application system, and you want to keep all of your environment in different VPC, so those are not having any of the possibility to interact with each other. You create a multiple VPC, you create a multiple sometimes account as well. Yeah, so VPC gives you an isolation between your environment. Okay, so similar to the routing, like who can have access to the internet, which part of the VPC, you can create on your own route tables and create a network gateway configuration as well. Yeah, so network address translation, who can uh, make connection with your private subnet or not. By the way, these things might be a little new to you, because it's a lot of networking as well. But onto the cloud, it becomes very simple. If in case you are not from the background of networking as well, once you will start using it, VPC, you will understand it. Yeah. So yeah, it's not that typical. To control the access, you can use the NACLs and security groups. It's considered to be as an additional firewall. Yeah. So NACLs are onto the subnet level. Yeah, and security groups are on your EC2 instance level, which is attached to your Ethernet port. By the way, security groups are attached to Ethernet port, which you can have an additional Ethernet port as well for your public IP address as well. So yeah, not going to overwhelm you with the VPC. And here is to importantly remember, this is giving you the isolation over the cloud. Yeah. Okay. So you can connect your VPC, which is a virtual private cloud in the cloud, to your on-premise with the VPN connection as well. VPN is as normal. VPN is available, right? So virtual private network. You can have you can create your virtual private gateway, software based, with the matter of clicks, within minutes, and your private connection is available. And yes, direct connect we talked about as well, which we will double click on that. And attached an elastic IP address, internet accessible. So you can have an additional IP address attached to your network as well, which will not change. So you can keep a specific elastic IP address with you. Okay, so VPC, further on, NACLs, called as a network access list, access control list, basically, is act as a firewall for the associated subnets, controlling both inbound and outbound, who can come in, which IP you want to restrict, which port you want to block. Yeah, IP specifically you can permit as well. Security groups act as a firewall, allow or deny rules, stateful, allow responsives from the allowed inbound traffic. So, for example, I want everyone to connect as an SSH connection over shell access to my Linux machine, to all of the developers, right? I will open the port 22. It's a stateful who comes in, have any connection, and uh, get an output from it. Yeah, a dedicated connection. And then comes the if you it's a web interface, web application, you might open the port 443 for the HTTPS or AT. So security groups are additional firewall, or maybe you can additional have your own firewall to it. But yeah, with EC2, this comes by default. And then there is a one-off between security groups and NACLs. So instance level is security group. NACL level is subnet level is basically the NACL. It supports allow rules only, which can come in. You cannot restrict anyone. But on the other hand, NACLs give you the explicit choice to do that. Stateful returns traffic automatically allowed. Return traffic must be explicitly allowed. So port 3 in is available, and is it out available as well, inbound and outbound. We evaluate all rules before deciding whether to allow traffic. We process rules in number of orders like 100, 200, 500. Based on that, you can, if 100 is achieved, then there is a 200, then there is a 300. So based on that, you can have a numbers orders as well. Okay, so small example of the security groups you can see on your screen. Public subnet is associated like this here. Yeah, so on this you have everyone to allow make a connection on the port range 80. It's an example of security group, or 000/0 443. So web application can be connected to it. And security group B, let's consider this one, has access to our port 22. If in case this is the one, this is this IP range. Yeah, so so this is one for everyone from the internet, by the way, for this one. And this one is for this 10.00/124. It will have access on the port 22 only, so like SSH connection to security group B. Sorry, not this one. Yeah, this one. Yeah, security group B. And on the other hand, security group C has all the access to all of the port ranges for the security group B as well. So they can talk to each other since they are in private subnet. Everything is good to talk to each other. Yeah, not to this. Maybe you have a database here, so you don't want that to have internet access. So that's why it has an access between it. Yeah, just a typical example. Okay, so moving on, VPC key benefits. Elastic, you can create up to 200 subnets between that and VPC, 5 VPC per region, but you can for sure increase that soft limit. And flexible, highly configurable, we've seen that. Yeah, you can have route table, security groups, you can have your own inbound, outbound rules. With the NACLs, very low cost. By the way, why we say low cost, I should say no cost, because VPC has no additional cost associated with it. Yeah, so that's typical benefits. And then is a VPC corporate data center connectivity. What are those options to connect your on-premise workloads over the internet? As normal, we use it. Public internet, you can use it to connect to your VPC. You can use a dedicated, not dedicated, but a virtual private network, which is over IPsec on a shared internet traffic usually, but a privately created tunnel for you. You can configure within a minute of time span. And there is a direct connect I've been talking about. We'll talk about next slide. A dedicated bandwidth between you, your on your basically between your, when I say you, is talking about the customers, and from you as a partner's location. So we have our partners. service providers who have this bandwidth connectivity, 1 Gbps, 10 Gbps, further catering the customers. Yeah, like some of the partner in India, like uh, NetMagic, and there are a few others as well, Tata and all. So you can have a private link. So some of the services gives you the endpoint like of S3. Why to transfers over the internet just to connect to the S3 from EC to instance, right? So why don't you have internal communication over the AWS dedicated backbone or bandwidth available? So there's you can use a private link. You can expose the endpoint of any of the services, then you can get connection within the landscape. So more secure, faster, and you do not have to additionally add any of the security groups or anything you want. And then there is a elastic network interface. So what is that? Is ENI is as simple as that. You attach a new hardware card, Ethernet port, to your EC2 instances. That's what ENI is. So what you can assign to ENI is security group, or maybe you want to add elastic IP, or maybe you want to give it to a MAC address, or yeah, whatever you want. It's just giving an elasticity to add a new. Uh, you want to add a new interface, right? Okay, so here the graphical representation of data center connectivity using the direct connect. Two options with the VPG. You can use internet using what, guys? All of you in a one voice would answer VPN, right? IPsec, and on to the other hand, using the direct connect partner. For example, let's consider it's a Verizon or any other partner. They have a dedicated bandwidth, and then what bandwidth is that? 1 Gbps or 10 Gbps, and then you can have a direct connection with the AWS VPC. So since you have this high bandwidth available, you can surely upload your upload, or in a way you can migrate your data as well. So give you faster access, and that gives you data connectivity back to your data center. Okay, so Direct Connect is a private connectivity between AWS and your data center. Reduce network cost rather than sharing over the internet. Increase the bandwidth. Use direct connect. Even you can use it in the form of having a direct connect as well as VPN. So if in case something is wrong with the direct connect, you can have as a fallback option VPN available too. Yeah, so can be partitioned into multiple virtual interfaces, like for direct access to the S3 or any other service. You can have a direct connection available for them. Use the same connection to access public and private resources like of VPC, and your resources like of S3, EFS, or any other type. Okay, now let's check onto the direct connect. So direct connect is in itself is not a data transfer service, but can it be used for that purpose? Yeah, I think I emphasized on this a lot. So yeah, that's true. You can also use it for the transferring the data as a migration opportunity using this tool. Okay, thank you for all of your answer. Now next comes to the Route 53, and Route 53 is having multiple benefits of using it. You can use it for registering the domain names, like if in case you want to purchase any website before you are launching new business. Maybe you want for a government entity for .com, or maybe your new AI venture.ai, or any other domain you want to purchase. You can go for that, like example.com or whatever.com. Yeah, and then is a route internet traffic to the resources for your domain, which helps you to route the traffic to your web servers, right? So what happens exactly if in case I open the amazon.com, it finds out what does Amazon.com mean to the internet, right? It's all about IPs. It's not about the names. So who convert the names? Route 53 will have a resolver which will help you to find out the web server on the internet where it does exist and send me over there, right? So that's where this Route 53 helps you with, yeah. So typical example, when user opens a web browser, enters the domain or subdomain like of aws.amazon.com. So main domain is what? Amazon.com. AWS is what? Subdomain. Yeah. So Route 53 will help you to connect to the browser with your website or web application with that. Yeah, and in addition to that, it helps you to check the health of your resources as well. I take a typical example. I am running everything here in Singapore and here in Mumbai. My application running in the Mumbai, like three of them, and then on the region, on the data center, or basically called as AZ level, I'm having ELB access. So ELB will tell me what's the health of my all of the EC2 instances. Same goes here. If in case, and Route 53 is here, a lot of customers coming from 53 to the data centers to my regions, right? If in case data, it reads out that all of my servers are down because of any region, maybe whole region is down, it will read out by the Route 53. And with that, it will transfer the traffic to Singapore, yeah, for high availability or disaster recovery in that in this way. So that's where it is talking about checking the health of your resources using or leveraging the ELBs and helping you to transfer the traffic. And not just that, there are other options coming into the next slide. And yeah, it helps you to, you only pay for the managed domains and number of queries are resolved. It's a very low cost service available. So when I talked about the example I given you, how you can transfer or transfers the traffic based on to the latency based routing as well. So when I say latency based, if in case I took an example of my running workloads in Mumbai or Singapore, if someone connects from maybe from Australia. So whichever based on the latency is nearby the customer will route the traffic in there. Maybe Singapore comes first. So yeah, the traffic will be routed there. If someone from the China nearby us in our border accessing, that will transfer it to the Mumbai or another region. So just giving a typical example, less latency based routing is available in that. Weighted round robin as well. So if in case you want to send 20% in Singapore because you have very you know uh, low user base in there, so you can send some of the traffic into the Singapore and the 80% into the India region. So yeah, that's what you can also do. And then you can also use it for DNS failover, as we saw in one of the example, because it has what? It has a very well integration with ELB service. So it will help you to guide and find the health of the your EC2 instances. Based on that, routing can be processed. CloudZone Apex support. So it helps you, as I took an example of, if in case there is a subdomain associated with your domain, yeah, it will help you to do the zone. It will help. It is also helping and supporting these John Apex as well. So Route 53 is accessible via AWS Management Console. Yeah, so you can use that. Like if in case you are using CloudFront for that matter, you can like CloudFront in front of your website. You can use Epic support there as well, and that goes same with the S3 as well. Like web, like aws.amazon.com, domain and subdomain, and for subdomain you can use the Epic support as well. Here is an example redirecting the Apex domain to website hosted in EC2 in AWS. Please have a look onto this video, will help so to demystify uh, if in case you have any question. So you remember our architecture. So one tweak we have made here is basically added a auto scaling group for a better performance. Yeah. And what else can be done here, guys? So now we have, by the way, before that, let's see what are the challenges we've had. If in case you are trying to connect from your corporate data center, you will have a problem with the performance and reliability of the network. What we can use it, we'll see that. And then there are option comes for the storage challenges, duplication some of the data you are residing into your corporate data center and similar to the cloud. To avoid that duplication, surely you can use some of migration to migrate the data as well for using the direct connect. Yeah, so too much traffic, cost inefficient, communication challenges, cloud instance cannot route the on-site servers. Okay, so we talked about service called as Route 53. We can certainly use that for hybrid connectivity with using the Route 53. So while putting all this together, this is how we can leverage um, direct connect with the connectivity of corporate data center. EFS, if you remember, is a storage to be connected with the multiple EC2 instances. If it's shared network storage, you can use EFS, and Route 53 we has used for as a DNS system. So to route the traffic, if in case also if it is DNS failure as well, we can failover. We can also use Route 53 for disaster recovery. So yeah, these are the services we have talked about, and this is now how our architecture looks like. We keep on improving that. So question to all of us now. Let's find out what are the two benefits of Route 53. What do you think are the right options for this? Okay, so I just took a moment to sip the water. So yeah, okay, so route internet traffic based on low latency, location, and disaster recovery. That's right. So you are all of you are right with the answers A and C. Yeah. So works with auto scaling to increase and decrease the number of EC2 instances. That is ELB. Yeah. However, it has integration, but that's not a purpose of Route 53. Automatic load balancing between multiple AWS regions. Not load balancing. Basically, it's a traffic routing. Yeah. So E and C is the right answer. Now next we moving on to the management tools. So to monitor, to operate your infrastructure or architecture as a code, and then there is a someone to help you considered as an on your cloud environment. So as your trusted advisor, let's see what are those. Yeah, by the way, we have close to more than 15 management uh, resources available for you to help uh, managing the whole infrastructure. By the way, few of them we are going to cover. So among them, the topmost is the Cloud Watch. So this is one of them. One of the service which we have with the name of Cloud, and Watch represent the monitoring. So it is a monitoring system or service available to find out what's going on with your resources or your applications. right? For example, with EC2, it has integration. You can find out the CPU utilization, network packets in, packets out, reads onto your storage. So you can find a lot of information using CloudWatch. And addition to that, yeah. So addition to that, you can also use with the Lambda, right? So Lambda, you want to find out how long your function has run, if it had any at specific interval, it took a lot of time. You can find out using the CloudWatch. DynamoDB onto the database, you can find out the reads, right? So every different service has a different metrics, so which will help you to find out what's going on with your resources, with your utilization, with your performance. So that's what CloudWatch is. You can even trigger the alerts using the CloudWatch. Yeah, so you can put an alert finding out or basically putting in a threshold after a certain time. It will trigger an email to you, like you put a threshold of CPU utilization. If it goes above 90%, right, it send you an email or maybe launch a new machine. Yeah, just to balance the load. CloudWatch will be the cornerstone of it. So it does multiple things. CloudWatch, yeah, setting an alert as well. And then reliable, scalable, flexible, and at very minimal cost. So 5 minutes by default, you get on interval of logs available to you. If you want very granular uh, logs, like in span of seconds, whatever happening, some of the applications are very intensive and very sensitive, so we need a very granular access to the logs. For that matter, you can have a CloudWatch purchased for a very granular accessibility. Yeah, and access using console APIs, SDKs, CLIs as a typical way you use the CloudWatch as well. Formation is forming your infrastructure as a code. So, like if you use a Chef or any other tool, this is AWS on proprietary tool to run your infrastructure as a code. So I create like a 3 VPCs, and within my 3 VPCs, I have close to 100 subnets, and in that I have multiple machines, like hundred of machines are running, and again on that machines I have a lot of details in that. So to create the whole environment, it took me many months, right? For example, hypothetically, and if in case is an organization want the similar environment to be running, if in case of any problem, any disaster recovery maybe, or maybe you want to test something on a production scale, you have to create the same infrastructure as a production scale, right? So for that matter, you can create a whole infrastructure as a code using the cloud formation. Which languages it is basically or which format it is basically supporting is JSON and YAML, yet another markup language which you can use to form the templates. Okay, so that's what CloudFormation is used with. And by the way, using the best practices among many of the infrastructures like of SAP solutions, we have created our own CloudFormation templates as well. Like for SAP HANA, we have our own CloudFormation template called as a quick start, which can launch within a matter of hour. You can have your own S4 HANA, matter of hours, 2 hours typically it takes. You have a production scale business applications running for you, and you can get started. That's what CloudFormation is: infrastructure as a code for high performance. You can use it. And Elastic Beanstalk is a service we use as a platform as a service. So far what we have talked about, if in case you don't know much about running the scalability, you don't know how to manage the load, you don't know how to manage the monitoring or provisioning or anything, you need a platform and you want to get started with a matter of like weeks, right? Or maybe faster than that. Within a day, you have your own website available. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, God bless me. I was sneezing. Okay, so then for that, you can use the Beanstalk. Beanstalk is a platform as a service to run your web applications, which gives you the you can use your PHP, Java, Python, Ruby, Node.js based, or Go, or any Docker web applications on Beanstalk. For you, what we will manage, or a platform would manage these things. But if in case you want any changes, any operational, or you want to add something, you can still have the full accessibility to these resources as well. You bring your code, upload it, infrastructure is for you available as a platform to you to run. Yeah, it supports like Apache, Nginx, it supports Passenger, IaaS as well. Okay, so trusted advisor. So as its name suggests, it is going to be your advisor, and trust me, it is going to help you on a different pillars which might matters you the most. From the cost side, it will help you to guide, like you have some of the machines are not being used at 100% performant, might be used just 30%, and many of the machines are running idle. Rather than, you can use that or give you some of the recommendations, alerts you with something which is good is in the green, and there is a yellow and there is a red. By the way, we have a by default best practices in a matter in a script. Yeah, so in a real time, you have your own environment running in within your console. You have a lot of services operating. Those scripts run against the infrastructure you have provisioned, or you have by the way subscribe to, and can tell you and advise you what can be done better. From a security point of view, what are the security groups are open and can be vulnerable for you, all the information. So the best practices recommendation will be given to you. Yeah, fault tolerance as well, and service limit. If in case any of the service you are trying to create is going to reach its maximum capacity, it will let you know. It's a very essential sometimes. If in case you are launching fleet of EC2 instances, fleet is basically for running the analytics application, you need 100 of EC2 instances, right? If your service limit is breached or is already at threshold, it will tell you be ready with it, rather than getting into a failure of running any analytic operations. Increase your service limit, which you can increase it, by the way, very easy to increase it from our console. You can raise this request to our operational team, they will do it for you. But trusted advisor on console, a service for you on a different 5 pillars will guide you through running the best practices around it. For free tier account, for those all of you who are going to try things out once we get with this session today, you can you can go through this. There are, I think, around 7 scripts are available for you to run free of cost, something like that. Yeah. Takeaways from the management point: complete visibility within your resources, CloudWatch. ELB for your balancing the load, auto scaling, database services, CloudFormation, Beanstalk, Platform, Direct Connect, and CloudFront. So these are the key takeaways. By the way, number of services we have discussed in very much details. And now it's time to improve our initial project. By the way, we had seen a sneak peek of what we could do to mitigate the challenges we had earlier. Now, for challenges we had around our infrastructure is, oh, sorry. So from the EC2, we are running our database, our application, our web application as well on a one. We can use auto scaling. And for EBS, we used or changed it with the EFS. And obviously, we need a monitoring around the system. So first, we changed with the EBS volumes. So yeah, so So we changed with the RDS running a dedicated database rather than running on a one EC2 instance. Yeah, so for high performance, and add more EC2 instances if in case CPU utilization is reaching the threshold, right? Or any other region if in case your EC2 instance goes down. So add auto scaling with the conjunction of ELB and CloudWatch for the monitoring. And that's everything looks together. You can use the CloudFormation to create this infrastructure uh, as a present it as a code, and you can launch as many as times you want. Yeah, by the way, this CloudFormation has a very nice designer as well. Designer, like I drag ELB and post it on within the designer. It will write a script for me, like JSON format, whatever you have chosen. So very intuitive service it is. So it will be guiding you over the way as well. If in case you are a developer, you are newbie to it, it will help additional intrigued designer for you to operate onto. Okay, yeah, assessment we have by the end of this section. Before that, let's cover the security and identity introduction. Onto the security, we are going to cover IAM. What IAM is to run any of the resources like of S3 of EC2 instances, you need to authenticate yourself. You need authorization for it, right? Authorization and identifications or authenticity is defined by IAM, Identity Access Management for Security Introduction. Yeah, so how do I put it in the way? Uh, is defined by IAM. So if in case I am a user or I'm associated with a group, I have just this role is defined by this identity and access management. Let's see. So IAM is going to securely give the access to the AWS resources. Yeah, you can create a new IAM role, a user like for me, I will have access to certain applications. So if in case I'm a database admin, why should I get access to the CloudFormation? I just need a RDS access, or maybe I just need a uh, uh, DynamoDB access, right? So you can limit the access. On to the other hand, if I am a developer, I will create a group, and to that group I will give a programmatic access, which might also include the CloudFormation and other services. Then whosoever will be added to that group will inherit those accesses, right? And then there comes the roles. Roles are like, if I'm launching EC2 instances, I will give it a role like EC2 instance, whosoever log into it can download anything from the S3. Temporarily, I'm giving the permission to my resources as well. So that's what IAM does. Yeah, I will showcase you very quickly once we will have a now 10 minutes of not break, but a demo. Yeah. So that's what the role is: user, groups, and role. Best practices, obviously you can go through them. First is do not use the root user account, because that inherit all of the permissions. Once you create an account, you create a new user and then you give the granular access, like a developers, or maybe database admin, very granular access rather than giving all access to everyone. IAM credentials to interact with AWS and enable MFA, multi-factor authentication, an additional layer of security to the IAM. If in case I log in using my password, but I still need a key, or basically additional factor to log into my instances as well. And as well as it can be used with the federated access. So if in case you want to log in using LinkedIn, Facebook, or you want to use Amazon.com or any SML2, yeah, you can have a federated access as well with it. Yeah. So some of the best practices onto the slide for all of you. Federated, that's what I meant by that. IAM can also be used to grant your employees application federated access using the console or API. So you can use SSO using your corporate directory as well. So if you have existing corporate directory, if you have a Microsoft AD, you can integrate IAM users with that too. Yeah, so it supports the third party authentication as well. So Cognito is another layer. You can consider that for SSO accessibility for mobile application. Typically, we use it. Yeah, so there is a video to that. And someone asked what CloudTrail is. I will showcase you directly in the console, guys. So with that, I have a question for all of us. Your web application require AWS credential and authorization to AWS services. Which IAM entity should you be using? Yeah, absolutely right. You all are right. You give it a role to the application level, group on the user level, guys. Next one. Your team needs to log into AWS to create AWS resources, but don't want to have to create a new set of users in IAM. What is the best course of action? And that's fine. You know, we all know you can use the federated access with your existing AD. So yeah, that can be very much done. It was just discussed a slide back. So yeah, I went through this. Okay, which of the following are the best practices? Delete root user keys is good. Use same password or no. Uh, Use roles for applications. Yeah. And embed secrets in your code. No, no, never add your access keys into your code as well. So everyone who has answered ACE is right. Bingo, guys. Amazing. So you all are sending the right answers. Much appreciated, guys. So now next one is analytics, and that's not a big part to we which will be covered. So before that, what we have discussed, I want to give you a sniff of that by showing you into the console. So we can accumulate what we have discussed very quickly. Yeah. So that's my okay. So I'm logging to my console. This is what defines my region as well. So guys, I am user. This is my, by the way, account ID, which is fine. And this is the user I have created named as a demo, and password is with that. If I would have a multi-factor authentication, if I click on sign in, it will launch a new path where I have to add the security key as well. Okay, so this is the console. Looks like we have a different verticals in a different by the way, different segments. Yeah, so in machine learning, media services, management, governance, many of them we cannot talk about all of them. So EC2, from here in you can launch your EC2 instances. um, uh, EC2 instances, you can launch it from here. Sorry guys, I just had a look at one of the question. Are the remote participants getting any poll question? Because I'm not getting any. So no, it's not on the polls. By the way, I am sharing on this slide. Yeah. So yeah, right. Thank you for answering. So let's very quickly launch a EC2 instance for those who have seen it for the very first time. Since in the morning we ran a poll, we found out we had close to 70% people who are kicking off their journey. So for them, it's very important to have a look onto that. So yeah, this is how the console launch instance. Yeah, it's a dashboard looks like wherein we can launch an instance. You can launch it from here. You can launch it from getting into the instances. So let's go with this. You remember, guys, we talked about AMIs, booting OS available, so additional softwares as well. So it talks about what are the additional libraries, tools, or dependencies are available for you to help you. You can use Amazon Linux, which is our own Linux created on our open source platform of Linux, Red Hat, SUSE, Ubuntu. Then comes the Windows Different Servers Edition 2018, 19, no, not 18, I'm sure about 16, 19, and others are available for you. Machine learning, DLMIs are also available. Okay, for the purpose of demo, let's move on. So from here, you choose the instance type you are running. So for example, it's a test I'm going for. I would choose maybe a general purpose only, but if in case it's a machine learning, I might go for them as well. GPU or machine learning ASIC instances as well. Okay, so it gives you an option to choose CPU based on the family you want to go for, like T3, or you want to go for double XL, large, medium, whatever you want to go for, micro, small, whatever. So we are choosing a micro, EBS supporting with it, and then we go ahead. Number of instances you want to launch, 1, 10, 15, 20, you can get an option there. Purchasing option, not to worry, but to have a look onto that. We will discuss that, what spot instances is. Just remember this thing. It was giving us a price here, and you could add a maximum price as well. We will demystify in our next segment. Spot instances. Remember the name. Okay, so network VPC, guys. How do we isolate? So isolate we using the network isolation using the VPCs. I have a couple of them, like I want to use for someone for SAP, some of web application. Based on that, I can choose the VPC. So once you will start with your free tier, you will have a default one. So you don't have to get into the trouble of understanding exactly what to launch in a VPC to test the things out. Once you read thoroughly what VPC is, you can create your own VPC as well. Subnet is directly proportional to availability zone, by the way. So you can launch a subnet within availability zone, and right now you can see the region I have chosen is by the way, can be found here. I should have talked about it. So Northern Virginia so has 6 availability zone where I can choose instance in. Yeah, so based on my CIDR block, based on my subnetting, I can get a number of hosts can be launched within one subnet. Here I can launch around 4,000 EC2 instances within this. Web application, you need a public IP. Yes, I do. I will choose an auto IP for that. Placement groups, and there are many other things. I would not go into the details. Yeah. So IAM role is important if I want to give access to as an admin. So once I log into the EC2 instance, I can do anything. I will use the admin role. So I talked about the roles, right, guys? You can give the temporarily roles to it. Yeah, and then behavior of shutdown. What do you want? Okay, so these are additional if options you can choose from. Once you will go into and launch it, you will find many options like monitoring. You can enable the detailed logs. By the way, by default logs options are there, but if you want a very granular or on a per second basis logs available to you, you can go for a detailed monitoring. And this is the most important one, by the way. Not in terms of launching the new instance, but just to understand from a agility point of view. If in case during the launch of EC2 instance, I want to download something, or I want to install Apache server, or I want to install any database, or anything I want to do, I can write a script for that too. So I can create a standard AMI out of it as well. So you can write your own batch script here. Yeah. Okay, so next is the storage. Which type of storage do we add, guys? EBS. EBS is supported with that. Block storage. You create a blocks. You create a like of hard disk attached to your instance. You can add a new volumes. I talked about on the go. You can do the encryption. Let me just zoom it. You can encrypt on the go, yeah, by choosing this. Okay, so a good practice would be to delete on the termination of EC2 instance. You can remove the EBS block, and yes, you can add 100 GB up to 16 TB. You can add any value in there. Type of volume you need based on the type of workload, provision, throughput, optimized. You can choose from there. And for the demo purpose, we will now move on further. Tags are very important. So this metadata, which is data about resources, are very important for multiple reasons. For billing, for maybe for writing the scripts. Yeah, so so you can use these tags for many different reasons. Like if it's a machine which is a dev machine, I want to write a script. Like all the dev machines stop after 6 p.m. I might use the tags or data about the EC2 instance, and all the machines which had a tag of dev or maybe have a key of desk and value as a dev stop at 6 p.m. Guys, get done with it. Okay, so you can use the tags a lot. For it's very important, by the way. And then security groups, firewall, additional firewall for your EC2 instance is your security groups. Where do we attach security groups is, we do not do it by default. AWS takes care of it, by the way, attached to your Ethernet ports. Yeah. So security groups, you can choose as many as you have, like some of them everywhere. I have a port 22 open. So in this, I have a port 4443 open. I can use it, or I can also modify or create a new one to add a rule. Like I want to open the port 80 for whom, for everyone, or maybe just for myself. So this is my sorry, there would be some time in the rendering. I will be cognizant about that. So this is my public IP address, which I need to give access to, not to all of them. Yeah, so you can put the rules to that. That's your security group. And this is a review to that, and you launch it. Key value pair, which used to be a very typical step once you just start with it, but you will learn this very soon. By the way, we have a new way of launching the EC2 instance as well. I'll just showcase it to you. Okay, let's see. Instance typically does take around 30 seconds to start it, and to initialize it takes around probably 2 minutes. Let's take that benefit of introducing the monitoring. So I talked about sum is greater than its part. Monitoring, you can see here, you can find what the CPU utilization is. Right now it's not showing anything because we are not running any workload onto it, but you have multiple many matrices which can help you to find what's going on with your instance, and you can certainly create an alarm. Yeah, for example here, reboot this EC2 instance whenever average of CPU utilization is above 95%. You create this alarm, and this is ready. So whenever the EC2 instance is 95% reached, it will reboot it. If in case your application is can go down for like 2, 3, 5 minutes, you can use this option. Or maybe based on your strategy, you can use that. You can see the instance is saying I'm okay, I can get up, but there's something we need to check as onto the host side. You can see onto the host side we are checking it if instance status is fine. Public IP is given automatically. Once you reboot it, it will change. If you want to keep it a static one, static dynamic IP, you can go for what? Elastic IP. Okay, so we can talk about this EC2 panel itself for next couple of hours, but this was just to showcase how instance is launched, how you can leverage now. Yeah, by the way, it's up and running now. I think within the 2 minutes, I can go and click on connect, and I can use a browser based access as well. So it will launch into my browser. You do not need additional key pair value or anything to launch. Yeah. So yeah, that's how you can launch EC2 instance. I can write, and oh, sorry, that's a bad command. So, oh yeah, it's not the uh, Linux I am certified with. I was certified with SUSE, so this is Amazon Linux. Little different of us commands in there. By the way, it's already, you can connect to anything anywhere you want. Uh, yeah. So now LA is also used for listing it. By the way, yeah. So you can have a good control. You can terminate it. I just wanted to terminate because I don't want to incur any charges. Now, very quickly, S3. So I covered the S3 part just to showcase uh, how you can create a bucket for a scale of infinite scale. You can put anything in that. So this is my bucket has to have a global identifier, a specific name. Why? We will just figure that out. And so demo, I know 1,000 people have tried using the demo. So 28 for Pravesh. Yeah, I don't want to spend much time onto that. So if in case I want a region where I want to reside my uh, data in, I am choosing Virginia, by the way, and by default, as I talk about the security in a lot, we by default block all of the public access. Yeah, so you can go and give the public access one by one. So onto the object level and as well as the folder level. So object is basically we will put now into this folder. So this is my bucket created. So I open the bucket, and if in case I have a file of 1 TB or 5 TB at maximum, oh sorry, I can put in there. So what I was trying to do is sharing a file. So if in case I drag and drop in here, this will upload this 5 MB file, and I have a full control to whom to give access at what level, object level, which is me. Yeah, and yeah, you can stop it. So you remember we talked about different tiers where I want to keep in there. In Glacier, in standard, you can directly keep in now. You could keep in the Glacier as well. So standard for the demo purpose. Upload, it's ready. It's ready for me to share with all of you. By the way, it's not publicly open, as you remember. So you can see data is available. Why unique identifier? You can now observe it has a unique name of starting with my bucket name, and then there is a at the suffix. We have a technical presentation.pdf. So if I click on it, it will just download it. Yeah. So give you the access onto the web scale. So what is the max size of S3 bucket? Virtually infinite, but one file can be of maximum size of 5 TB. 0 KB, if you can create one file, you can keep it there, as well as at maximum 5 TB. And it is suggested to upload files in a multi-part. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to I talked about the Swiss Army knife, not just S3 as a place where you keep the data only. So before that, add rules. I can add a rule, uh, rule ABC. Uh, I can rule lifecycle rule, guys. You remember we can post data to the Glacier automatically. So oh, I just jumped a gun. Yeah, transition. So I can post this my file I just uploaded. After 5 days, it will send to Glacier. or maybe I just need a minimum 30 days also. Oh no, I need to acknowledge that. So yeah, I can gain back to that 5 days. So or if you want to purge that, you can expire it after 365 or whatever date you want. And that's it. Rule is ready for you. I acknowledge it. Highly secure, and the bucket is there for all bucket. Whatever I will put in there will be sending the data yeah, back to Glacier. Yeah, forward to the Glacier. But remember, from Glacier back life cycle is not there. Okay, it was not as far as I remember. So access point there. By the way, there's a lot of permissions. Accessibility is there. Highly secure service. And one thing, if I want to point out, S3 is coming. I'm just logging back into S3. Is sorry, there it is. Used for what? Static website hosting. Yeah. So you will get a host name for you to launch it as a static website hosting as well. Okay, so one thing, we are not done with it. We were, by the way, but just I recalled one of the thing, transfer acceleration. It's another thing you need to know. You remember edge locations? You get the data for all the GET requests. You get the data very easily nearby your location. What if in case I want to upload the data rapidly? Using the edge locations, that's what the transfer acceleration is. To upload like 10-20 GB of files, you can upload the data using the transfer acceleration, leveraging what? Edge location. And edge location obviously using the best and the fastest lower latency bandwidth available for our own network, our own backbone of network. Leverage that and upload your data faster rate. That's where transfer acceleration comes into the picture. S3 is a Swiss Army knife. We use it as for data lake as well, but we talk about data lake in our big data session. Analytics, maybe here we will just sniff onto that. Okay, guys, if in case you had a question, I think I demystified many of the questions you might have during the beginning of the session. That's how you launch, that's how you terminate an instance, and an instance you can launch your application, anything, and S3 for storage, you can use that. Okay, with that, I think we can now take a break of 15 minutes, and that includes your quick lunch, guys. I'm sorry for that, but yeah, you can grab something. Or maybe just give me a second. Let me just check now. Where are we at? Okay. So let's cover this analytics part, and then we'll take a small 15 minutes break, which will include a quick grab of sandwich or anything. Yeah, then we will cover the remaining part of our assessment as well. Yes, Piyush, your question is for single object, the maximum size is 5 TB. You are right. For S3. Okay, analytics. So we have a lot of services for analytics. What we are going to examine is two specific services, which is web-based services, EMR. Yeah, Elastic MapReduce, and then there is Amazon Kinesis. Different purposes, but using for the big data analytics. EMR is what? Is a web services which helps the businesses, researchers, data analysts, developers to very, very easily process vast amount of data in Hadoop clusters. Not just Hadoop clusters, other services as well. So number of tools are managed there. So you use EMR as a one service web interface to process vast amount of data. So what does it utilize is the whole framework of Hadoop running on a web scale infrastructure of EC2 instances and S3. That's what EMR is. On to the other hand, Kinesis. Kinesis for like real-time data analytics. Data coming in like GBs at a very faster rate, coming from a lot of logs, coming from mobile applications, coming from uh, video streams, anything. You use Kinesis for very real-time analytics, very faster. Let's see one by one. Amazon EMR, provision as much or as little as capacity you use. As we talked about, it's a managed service. You just need to choose the option about the cluster size you need. So yeah, so you want a managed cluster EMR, you can go for that. It has a Hadoop running on underneath it. Yeah, so as a managed service, it supports, by the way, not just one or two services, but 19 different open source projects, including Hadoop, Spark, HBase, Presto for your BI, and Impala and others as well as. Yeah, so you can process and analyze big set of data using EMR, perform data intensive tasks like of web indexing, data mining, log file analysis, financial analysis, scientific. So yeah, as we know, the typical example of running the analytics on, you can use EMR as a web service available for you for that purpose. Yeah, so we keep on improving this service. As you know, open source platform keep on adding a new uh, latest addition to the platform as well. We keep on, I think every 30th day we launch new updated version of that as well. Kinesis data stream, by the way, Kinesis has a different types starting from data streams to Firehose, and then there is another type called as a uh, what do we call analytics. Yeah, so we'll cover one by one. So analytics in a real time, Kinesis is used uh, to run the real time analytics, like a GBs of data is coming in. It will help you to build custom application that will process, analyze stream data for specialized needs. And data streams, by the way, can keep the data for 24 hours and 7 days. So it basically has what? It has a shards in it. Yeah. So you create streams within it, and then you run the analyze the data on top of it, right? So you have a petabyte of data is coming in, terabyte data is coming in, by the way. So you can run the processing by creating the shards on which segment you want to run processing on. Yeah, typical use cases is a website clickstream. Your Amazon.com like have a millions of active users, number of clickstreams are happening, and others financial transaction in stock market. It's a very rapid information coming in different geographics. You can use Kinesis for that matter. Social media feeds, IT logs. Large enterprises use Kinesis for collecting the logs, parsing them, based on that acting, creating the whole procedure around that. Yeah, location tracking. Yeah, so there are multiple use cases of using the data stream. So what KCL is basically help you to build the Kinesis application and use streaming data to power real-time dashboards, uh, generate alerts, or implement dynamic pricing and advertising on whatever the use cases we have talked about. Yeah, so what's next is the Firehose. It's basically for the data ingestion, offering it gets the data and further can load the streaming data into the S3 for data lakes. Yeah, can use the Redshift as a storage. Yeah, and can use the Elasticsearch and Splunk as well for storing the data as well. So it's like taking the data and the storing onto the different places as well. So uh, yeah, what else about it? It provides the ability to build customer streaming data applications, collect terabyte of data as Kinesis does, capture and auto load streaming data into the AWS services like of Redshift, automatically scales and match the data throughput like of starting from MBs to GBs to TBs. It can scale up and scale down. Data can be batched, compressed, and encrypted before loading onto the Redshift, loading onto the S3 to have the right form to get the maximum value out of the data as well. Yeah, so onto the analytics. Next one is by the way, one of between Firehouse and streaming. The difference is that data stream is used for use cases that require custom processing, like in shards. Yeah, per incoming record with one sub 1 second processing latency. So it can have a latency of couple of seconds, yeah, but very minimal. And on to the other hand, data firehose is used for that requires zero administration and has ability to use the existing analytics tools like Redshift, ES like Elasticsearch for the logs. ES Elasticsearch is manage ELK for your streamed in logs. You can run the analytics on top of it, and yeah, it can have a latency around 60 seconds or as such because it is keeping the data at first and then you use it further. Okay, so Amazon Kinesis Analytics. So third type analytics. If you want to run in real time the analytics on your stream data, you want to run SQL queries or Java based, you can use Kinesis Analytics. Yeah, so it gives you sub-second end-to-end processing latency. SQL Server SQL Java based, you can run the queries on top of it. There is no requirement that you learn something newly as a language to process any data, analyze any data on Kinesis. Yeah, and you can give the real-time analytics, real-time information in a very faster way to your applications or your dashboards or whatever you're creating out of the analytics. So yeah, that's the third type of Kinesis analytics, Kinesis of service we do have. Okay, so to that, then we have a case study how Formula One is using uh, a lot of insights coming from the sensors. Uh, uh, One Formula car has more than 200 around that and generates uh, thousands of data points and TBs of data, and how they can use that data and get the maximum value out of it, which is used for you know interact with the millions of fans, active fans they have all around the world. By the way, this case study I again will share with you. Now I think we shall have a break for 15 minutes, which will include a small uh, lunch. Yeah. So yeah, so I'll share this link with you. It's a one dedicated page of for F1 is there, which has some videos and applications F1 has created. So have a look onto that, and yeah, then let's now break for the lunch, and after that we will have assessment. Then we will, by the way, assessment not before that, but yeah, assessment by the end of the session. We will now will cover the next module where we will cover the security well architect framework and fault tolerance high availability, how is achieved. By the way, this is further will I think 60 more seconds, 60 more minutes we will cover the rest of the part, and then we will hop on to our assessment. So now we are going for the uh, a small break of 15 minutes. Okay, guys, catch you after 15 minutes. And I'm sharing with you the F1 study so you can have a review to that as well. Okay, welcome back, guys. So, I'm hoping you all have had something during this break, and also hoping you all can hear me well as well. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so okay, guys. So before break, we are going to discuss uh, in this particular segment. We are going to cover the security and compliance part very briefly. However, security in itself is a big topic and a very important topic from AWS perspective. From infrastructure side, how do we maintain each and everything? We have our dedicated classes for them, for that matter, and also some courses. We will touch upon a few point in there, and then we'll talk about well architect framework and fault trends and high availability, how to achieve that. Okay, so security, as I talked about, in AWS is considered as a job zero, not just security, but also the compliances. So at AWS, nothing is more important than securing the customer's data and maintaining the privacy of your data. So what we do is very closely work with our customers to offer a very flexible cloud computing environment that will satisfy the security and compliances need of most risk sensitive organizations, like from financial sector to the most critical workload to run in life sciences. Sensitive workload, if you want to run, we have designated service or maybe already compliant hardware if available for you. So onto the highly automated point of view, we consider the best practices, state of art uh, resources to use to give you the highly automated platform, so we do not get and run into any human errors, right? And yeah, on this platform, so automation, what basically automation of platform is about, uh, run, giving you the best platform wherein uh, for example, whenever this code is deployed, it makes is easier to enforce all the security and compliances control that will ensure from the integrity to availability to confidentiality of your resources. Yeah, and on to the other end, highly available infrastructure is available. As in the morning, we have seen the uh, how we have embed the highly available architecture by considering the connecting the different availability zone, which is typically apart with each other and connected with the low latency fiber optical cables. How we are achieving the highly available within our infrastructure will also reflect when customer build their applications, right? And on to this point, I just want to mention that as a SCP, oh sorry, cloud service provider, we had the 7 times lower downtime as compared to the next largest provider in the market. So usually for the high availability reasons, customers move from one cloud provider to another. So we ensure that your workload running onto the onto the platform are given the highest priority by giving you the platform which is highly available. Yeah, so no disruption during your running business critical workload and highly accredited. I'm not sure if you remember the numbers I talked about in the morning. We have more than 90 compliances, certifications, attestations achieved already in different segments, like of healthcare, in the different industry, like of financials, and from the infrastructure standard point of view, SOC 1, 2, 3, and ISO as well. So we have already have the third party audits run, and once you put your data, you reside your data on AWS, you inherit all of those compliant uh, compliance requirements covered already. Yeah, and with that, I want to share with you the shared responsibility model. So, what shared responsibility model? Once customer starts using the AWS, it's among us, AWS, who provides you the infrastructure, the whole compute, storage, network. Every infrastructure is maintained by AWS, and then there is customers workload running on top of it. So it becomes a responsibility layer, what we would manage, and then what customer manages, right? So we have the right authorities, we have the right uh, lines between what our responsibilities are. Yep. Let's take a closer look onto that. So security of the cloud, which becomes the AWS responsibility. From the threat modeling is to make sure additional threats are happening, and there is a static code analysis, penetration testing, comes to the management of all the hardware procurement and their decommissioning, everything related to the physical activity around the data centers. We do take care of it, not just physical, some of like of taking care of our API endpoints onto the switches, routers on a monitoring point of view. So we do take care of it. So what is AWS responsibility? Is security of the cloud. So whatever you are getting the resources over the internet is being managed by AWS, right? So that becomes our responsibility. So we have very stringent access to our data centers as well. So as we talked about, security is our prime. Yeah, and then there comes the security in the cloud. So security in the cloud becomes the customer's responsibility. Yeah, when you're hosting any application onto the AWS, your responsibility becomes to manage the data onto it. Manage the platform if in case you are using EC2 instances, which is a not managed service, right? So you will manage the OS, the patching, the upgrade becomes your responsibility. Now you would ask me the question, what if in case it's a managed service, right? Then some of the services are responsibility becomes of AWS as well, right? So we have the right proportion which we do manage as a provider and which customer has to take care of it, like of encryption and like of encryption in transit at rest, which is backup sometimes. If in case you are using some self-managed service, you have to manage it yourself. Yeah. Okay, so if in case you are using your own EC2 instances, you will have to manage the operating system, patching, upgrading, and firewall configuration like security groups and anything you have to manage it. That becomes security in the cloud. So what do you think? Who's responsible for what? If I talk about service from physical part, we will make sure CBS is available for you to procure if in case it's physically damaged the AWS effort. Yeah, but from the automation point of view, backup is available, which you will not reflect if in case any disruption happens for you, right? That becomes our responsibility at some extent. But to manage to add encryption to it, at 20 GB, 40 GB, 60 GB, scale up, scale down becomes your responsibility. Altogether, as for the managed service like of RDS, S3, service running at the background is our responsibility. Yeah, and at some extent, yeah. So DynamoDB is serverless. So managing the operating system, managing the service becomes our responsibility. What customer responsibility becomes is basically managing the data on top of it. So that's the demarcation between what our responsibility is, what customer's responsibility is. So just a quick check. Can you hear me well? I can see some of the conversation going on. If in case are you having any trouble? Yes means having trouble. So if in case trouble is there, can you? Okay, the question is, do you hear me loud and clear? Okay. So those who have might have problem need to refresh. Okay. Okay, guys. So moving on. By the way, in your assessment, there will be a couple of questions on responsibility model as well. So just remember the demarcation between what customers' responsibility, what AWS responsibility is. Everything related to usually related to uh, physical management. It becomes AWS responsibility. Since Parvesh mentioned he will be finished the session early, what time can I plan the next session meeting? We will probably finish the curriculum in the next 60 minutes, and then we'll have the assessment part. Seema, accordingly, you can manage. Okay, so we have a lot of services for the security, for identity and compliance product. As you can see on the top is Artifact. If in case uh, you want to request or you want to have access to the compliance reports on demand, you can get it from the AWS Artifact. Like if you want to read out the HIPAA compliance, what audits has been run, what exactly has been there for the compliance matter, you can read out the whole um, report onto that. And obviously, as a NDA signed with the partners, you can also share with the customers as required. For that, you can get in touch with your partner manager and everyone. So if in case you have a public sector and a government sector customer looking for any compliance certification, you can gain it from the Artifact. Certificate Manager, Cloud Directory, Cloud HSM, Cognitive, lot of services are available for helping you and making your security posture stronger for your web application. For example, you have a guard duty, so you have a uh, shield there for DDoS attack protection. You have a single sign-on. You have a WAF for web application firewall as an additional firewall you can consider, which is very specifically created for the web-based application. Yeah. So many services in the space of security, identity, and compliance and products, which you can have a view onto that. Security certification, as I talked about, basically depends upon two things. First is the law of that land, and second is the industry you are in, right? So based on that, we have achieved a lot of certification already. So once you put your data, you are inheriting those uh, compliance already. So we could not cover all of services I showed in the previous slide. As a matter, it's an introductory session, and for us security specific classes, you can join our 3-day courses as well, where we talk about each service in very well in detail. Obviously, we cannot cover all of them, not even a 1-day session sometimes. So for that, we have in detail information in our in our security classes sessions as well. Okay, so with that, we are on to the knowledge check. So, guys, what do you think? What would be the answer for that? Under the shared responsibility model, which security measures AWS provide? Okay, let's consider the process of elimination. Process of firewall and monitoring of the network devices. So AWS has a control of network devices. I think we should cover this part. AWS should cover this part. Monitoring of network traffic at AP endpoints. Again, yes. Application running on EC2 instances. No. Patching the guest operating system. No. So process of elimination this way. A and B shall be the right answers. Good job, everyone who has answered it. Kunal, Twinkle, Tejas, everyone. Thank you for your answer. And there is another one in shared responsibility model. Uh, AWS is responsible for which of the following security best practice? Let's use the process of elimination. Threat modeling. Okay, let's consider. I don't know. Static code analysis. Maybe. Yeah. Penetration testing. I think it's for sure. And what about an encryption data in transit? I need to choose a DynamoDB IAM roles. I need to choose it. So it shall be A, B, C for physical point of view. So on threat modeling, static code analysis, and the penetration testing becomes the AWS responsibility. Yes, it's a easy busy. It's a ABC. Thank you all of you for all your answers. Now with that from security, we will jump on to a well architect framework. But before that, I just want to take a one question was there. Seema has asked, I think about when you will get the request for the security classes. So those basically sessions we run for dedicated classes. So you can reach out to your alliance lead or maybe your partner manager, your partner development representative. If in case there is any class happening, you can join them. By the way, it's usually the paid classes as well. Yeah. Okay. So with that, we move on to the well architect framework. So most of you might say, we do understand what you have talked about since morning, lift and shift, using the application running onto the on-premise to the AC2 because that is flexible, encryption is there, I can scale up the storage, I can do as much as I want, right? So on to the other hand, you would say, what would be the right approach? You tell me, I'm a new to the cloud. So tell me what shall be the right approach to consider as a solution architect maybe. So based on that, learning from thousands of best architect environments, workloads, and different enterprises, we came up with a framework. Not again a secret sauce, but the best practices which is available for every one of you to use it. We segregate into 5 pillars before moving to the cloud architecting, or before or after moving to the cloud. You have to consider these 5 pillars always to run the workloads in a well manner. Well manner as you operate, which is considering the operational excellency. Then from the security point of view, are you following the best security required in the cloud? Like for web application, you need to consider WAF, DDoS attacks, and other services as well. Or maybe you need to have a whole mechanism around creating the incident if in case something happens. Who would guide you? So, well architect framework. So reliability. Reliability, if something goes wrong, what should be the best approach, right? In the on-premise world, we had been running one data center. That's what was our point of failure. That was our point of operation. How you achieve reliability in the cloud? You have AZs, you have DRs, Route 53, ELBs, many other options. What to consider? Performance efficiency. If in case you are overshooting already any CPU, you are not performant enough in creating the training systems or running the tests onto the production skills, what do you do onto the performance efficiency? That's there. There is a dedicated framework for that. Cost optimization. You might say, Pavesh, you talked about 4 things at first, but typical customer focus is under the cost usually. So why to consider at last, by the way? So once you typically take care of the first 4 pillar, you end up already getting the cost optimized achieved, but nevertheless, you still have the cost optimization pillar, which will help you to optimize the cost further. Are you using the best approach onto the cloud as well? So that's where we launched the Well Architect framework. I think it's been years now. Uh, our CTO Werner Vogel launched this framework in the reinvent event, wherein it was open for everyone to use while they are migrating or while they are running operation in the cloud. What are the best practices? By the way, we have this specific lenses. Now we are also launched Well Architect for the serverless workloads, and sorry, I'm missing that, but yeah, there are other Well Architect framework we launched for a different lenses as well. Yeah. So, so what it guides you based on your general design principles, like your non-functional requirements of resiliency, high availability, redundancy, and automation. Uh, yeah, so those are the general principles. Based on that, each pillar is designed based on that, right? As you can see. So, what are the typical general principles are like you don't have to guess the capacity in well advance. What you can leverage onto the cloud will transform altogether. Test systems at production scales, automate, allow for evolutionary architecture, drive architecture using data, using the cloud watch for that matter, yeah, in the cloud, improve through game days. So yeah, so these are the general principles are segregated and now shared or framed as a specific pillar, and top of which, and first of all of them, is the operational excellency. So what operational excellency is about: your ability to run and monitor the system, to deliver the business value, to continually improve the supporting process and procedure. So you will see every or most of the uh, pillars are associated directly with your business value. Your operation, your architecture is directly proportional to the business value. Herein, it talks about your need to consider the preparation, like what are the priorities, what is the readiness, design the whole architecture of operations. It would be the first segment of it, and then there's the operate. Like what are the events we need to respond to? What are the operational health with the matrices? Understanding them, and over the period of time you keep on evolving while you are learning. That is not going well. Maybe you were considering first only the CPU utilization, but at later stage you understood it's a very memory consumption of my application. I need to prepare and operate or evolve my matrices around the manage focusing on the RAM as well. So yeah, you have to consider that pillar at first, and design principles operation as a code would be the benchmark for it. So as you remember, we talked about infrastructure as a code to operate your whole environment strategically as well as at a higher performance level. That's where you can use CloudFront, annotate the documentation, make frequent, small, and reversible changes, which in case if something goes wrong, you can reverse that, refine operational frequently, um, anticipate failures. So very specifically, I want to reiterate that, but refine operational at frequently. So not just that this will only be considered while you are migrating to the cloud, but over the period of time you can run the war for your customer. War is basically well architect review. So partners like you are going upfront to the customer and asking them that we want to run a war with you, and war not with you, war review for you. So you can run the well architect review for them and anticipate and find out what are the five pillars and where is the uh, area of scope is there to improve the infrastructure further. So you anticipate the failures on the operational excellency and make sure you mitigate those and learn from all the operational failures as well. Not let them go unattended. Key services for the operational excellency, by the way, for the preparation, cloud formation, infrastructure as a code, cloud config. For auditing, for compliance matter, you have a set of services available. If something deviates from its path, that can be notified to your operational teams. OpsWorks, X-ray, for X-ray used with a Lambda a lot to identify which function might have failed. Core deploy, CI/CD tools, operations like of CloudFormation once again, and many others like CloudTrail. So CloudTrail, on that, I promised all of you to showcase something onto the CloudTrail very quickly. I think you can see my screen. What CloudTrail is? Yeah. So I'm showing the CloudTrail. So you can see onto the S3, there is a lot of logs being recorded. So everything I'm doing onto the cloud is an API, right? Say API call. So remember, I launched an EC2 instance around noon. Yeah. So CloudTrail must have recorded all of my actions. So who has done what is being recorded by Cloud Trail. So I created S3 bucket, all information, who, what, when is recorded here. Yeah. So for operations, so what are the relevance here? I just wanted to showcase you. So CloudTrail is used for the operations management as well. And evolving CloudFormation, if you want to launch a new infrastructure, you can use many other services along with that. Yeah. So Elasticsearch service allows you to analyze your logs data to gain actionable insight quickly and securely as well. So yeah, multiple services can be used for that. From the security pillar now, so we are talking about all the pillars. By the way, typically we have, by the way, 60 around questionnaire which you need to go through. Every pillar has around 9 or 10 questionnaires. So it has a questionnaire in it which you need to go through if you have considered law. Like for example, there's not an example shown onto this slide, but you have an example questions like, are you considering the security incident if in case something happens, right? So what do you do for that? It's for that thing, how you are mitigating those challenges. So security talks about your business ability to protect information system assets while delivering the business value through risk assessment and mitigating the and mitigation strategies. For example, incident response, I took it as an example. So to share with you, Netflix has an open source uh, application available named as a Caius Monkey. They deliberately put down their production database, their production applications. So I'm not asking you to do that, try it out, but uh, they have done very stringent practices around their security posture just to find out what can go wrong, how to mitigate those challenges. Yeah. And not only production scale, you can test these things out in the game days, running things onto the non-production environment as well. So you can find out. So what you have to take care in this particular pillar is find out who has the access to which type of resources. You limit that. You give the access to the resources like a zero trust. Yeah, based on that, if it is an admin, you give a limited access. If it's a if an admin might have more access as compared to the developer. So detective controls, infrastructure protection, data protection, using the leveraging the different services. So questionnaire would be like, how will the controls respond and who is responsible for that? That's where you find out. So design principles for security are typically around the least privileges to give to someone, monitor, alert that, and audition the all actions like using CloudTrail must be coming into your mind. For security point of view, for IAM service would be the uh, uh, center of the service which will be used in the security, and apply a defense in depth approach with other security controls like of edge networks, VPC, subnets, and all together. Yeah, IAM used in there. I from identity and access management, you can use directory services, so MFA, detective controls, CloudTrail, Cloud Config, CloudWatch, Guard Duty, infrastructure, and so on. So you can use a many service for that. From reliability point of view, so it talks about your ability ability of a system to recover from infrastructure or service failure. Yeah. So dynamically acquire computing resources to meet the demand, auto scaling, and mitigating the disruptions such as misconfiguration or transit network issues. So from the foundation element that are around the setup and cross project requirements and how we handle those changes and recover from the failure or failure management. Yeah. So design principles for reliability is testing the recovery procedures. Test your system when it fails. You can validate your recovery procedures, trigger automation by monitoring systems for KPIs when thresholds is breached. Scale horizontally and yeah, to increase the system availability, stop guessing capacity. So key services, IAM from the foundation level, CloudWatch, change management, CloudTrail, config, OpsWorks, code commit, and failure management comes with the CloudFormation. If you want to launch in a different region and different availability zone, comes the transit gateways as well for your network point of view, and then region and leveraging the high availability on the infrastructure side as well. Comes the performance efficiency, availability to use computing resources efficiently to meet system requirements and to maintain the efficiency as demand changes and technology evolves. As a platform, we keep on adding new resources, we keep on adding new services. So your selection and reviewing, like for example, EC2 instance in itself. We call it, we have a multiple EC2 instances for dedicated for a certain type of workload, right? So onto the cloud, your choices makes the application running in a better way. So performance depends upon your choice of EC2 instances and many other things to consider. Yeah. So and also democratizing the advanced technology rather than just using EC2 instances, you might go for the container serverless. So microservices architectures, leveraging the platform altogether. Go global in a minute talks about having the uh, near or proximity to the customer using services like CloudFront or Route 53. Use serverless architectures, experiment more than often, and mechanical sympathy. Understand what services can do for you. Yeah. So mechanical sympathy is when you use a tool or system with an understanding of how it operates the best. For example, F1 car is not made for running in the streets we have in our on roads. It is specifically created for a racing tracks where you can get the maximum benefit of uh, running on a faster speeds, right? So you have the mechanical sympathy with that. Consider the access patterns, and based on that, selecting the database and storage approaches. Selections, very importantly, onto the EC2, ECS, Lambda, all the services around it, and monitoring and trade-offs between the using CloudFront, DynamoDB, and other types of resources. So, by the way, one thing I didn't touch upon that once you reviewing this pillar, adjacent to that, you will be provided the information. Like, if in case we give you an as a recommendation, it should be CloudWatch. You should use. You will get what videos onto that, all the white papers, all the documentation, so you can review as that. Last pillar, cost optimization. Obviously, the important one, the ability to avoid and eliminate the unneeded cost and suboptimal resources. Which type of EC2 instance you shall use. Pricing we will discuss in coming section. So, you should use the reserve instances or spot instances, which are at low cost as compared to the on demand. You match the supply and demand, not just from the performance point of view, but from the cost point of view. You do not over provision things, and expenditure awareness is very important. When I talked about tax, I think the core service for cost optimization can be tax as well. So you should know where you are spending the most, or maybe the least as well, where you can add more. So you know your budget and you optimize over the time. Right now, we are running a lot of our customer the cost optimization reviews using the this well architect framework pillars. We are reviewing where customers can optimize the all cost altogether, right? So we run it like for one of the biggest taxi provider in India. For them, we ran a cost optimization review for them. So they were running the uh, search prices application on on-demand instances. As you know, search prices is like for 30 minutes or 1 hour of a couple of hours. Maybe we run the search prices. We get a search prices for a very short period of duration when the demand of taxis is a lot. Yeah, so they tend to increase the prices. So they were running their search price application on on-demand instances, which is like right now, you if you don't understand, it's just like buying a ticket directly onto the going to the counter at airport rather than buying it in well advance. Yeah, so we talked about using not the reserve instances but the spot instances. Rather than using on demand, they could save cost more than 50% by using the spot block, which is spot block is like you can use the EC2 instances for block of 1, 2, or up to 6 hours, right? Spot is basically is unused capacity we have. So they saved more than 50% of cost in that. So yeah, that's how you over the time optimize and find out where customer can uh, reduce the prices, and it's a ever evolving or process. Since we launched new services I talked about, we have a new pricing plans now available called as a saving plans, so customer can leverage them as well. For the customer who were using RIs, now might go for the saving plans as well. So over the time you optimize your resources, your architecture, your resources using those pillars. So those pillar would this pillar will consist all the information around that. So design principle under the cost optimization is adopt a consumption plan and benefit from the economies of scale. What economies of scale is basically the services we tend to reduce the prices over the period of time, having a very low prices as a single unit provided to you. Stop spending money on data centers. Friends, don't let friends create the data centers. Yeah, analyze and attribute expenditure. Use managed services to reduce cost of ownership. Yeah, so for that, our core services would be for cost effective resources is EC2 instances, which comes as a spot instances flavor, and RDS managed service rather than having manage the things onto the operation. Let AWS manage that. Trusted advisor to guide you through Lambda, Fargate as you optimize further, as you modernize further. Awareness on your expenditure using the CloudWatch SNS. SNS is simple notification service, which sends out you to the notifications over the emails, text, and cost tools as well. Yeah. Okay. So good. We covered all of the design. By the way, well architect framework pillars. 5 of them, most important for all the solution architects out there, or may to be solution architects. That would be your playground to understand cloud very briefly. Yeah. So amazing. The white papers are written onto it, which will guide you thoroughly. Okay, with that, we have a question now on our screen. Now, when designing an application to run on AWS, what is the most cost effective approach to making your application highly available? What do you think, guys? Someone says two, which is use Amazon RDS to call host the database. So it's about designing an application to run on AWS most cost effective. Okay. Okay. So everyone is with the D. I will go with the D. Deploy application in multiple availability zone. So consider the key points here. Highly available. Designing an application will go with what? Deploy in a multiple availability zone within a region. Good guys. Thank you for your answers. So that's four. And with that, I will have a last look onto the Well Architect tool. It should have been a slide before. I don't know how I juggled it. So Well Architect tool is basically you define a workload like SAP I want to run. Then based on that, once you add information onto the five pillar, you will be gauged. You will ask the question and you will prepare a summary report where you are good at, what are the high priority you need to have a look onto, right? So yeah, you will get the videos recommendation related to the AWS best practices, and you can view the result in a single dashboard as an outcome. Free tool, by the way, you can go and check onto the console. Sunil, certainly I can show you one example, but won't be able to complete it as you asked for. Let me just showcase you simple example. Well Architect. Okay, so hoping you can see. So you can see I'm passing one of my workload, which is an SAP workload, and it as an output it has shown me I have 14 risk based on my choices and 3 medium risk, and yeah, enough. I think I need to edit it, not to this. I can review. Let me see if I can get back to the place. Okay, so you can see right now I have chosen the operational excellence. One second now. So you have the question like, how do you determine your priorities are from the business point of view? So execute the external customer. Sorry, evaluate the external customer. Have I done it? What are the inputs to that? And let me take you to the security point of view. How do you manage your credentials and authentications? And then there is a choices given. Secure root access. Is it done? Not. Uh, and there comes the yes, it is available under the management console. Enforce password requirements. Rotate credentials regularly. Have I considered that? How do you classify your data? Have you considered implementing the data identifications, defining data protection controls? Lot of questions. You can see that. How do you respond to an incident? Are you considering identified tooling or identify forensic capabilities? If yes, these are the things going to help you from the incident point of view. These are the documentation you can refer to. So all of the information is also associated and given to you, like run games, how you can you practice incident response is all information on around that. You can find incidents are this and what are the concepts there. Yeah, that's what the well architect framework is. The whole information is yeah, available there. So let me go back. One thing I wanted to check. Okay, so yeah, I have just showcased you how well architect framework is going to help you. Back to the slide, guys. So well architect, you can see now we have architecture which is spanned across to availability zone, which considering the high availability. So when you are designing an application to run into AWS, the most effective approach is the application to span across the multiple availability zone within a region. Yeah, and you can see many services we are using, like a managed service, Route 53, ELB, security groups for higher performance, Yeah, and for faster performance or customer proximity, we are using CloudFront. Okay, so now data ingestion services, storage gateway, technology partnership, and Kinesis data firehose, wherein we are going to talk about now how you bring the data into the cloud. Yeah, some of the migration services we will talk about, and storage gateways consistently can uh, uh, you can migrate the data. Let's see in action. So further, if in case you have one time massive migration, guys, you remember we talked about the snowballs. One of the customer like GE used it, oil and gas company. They used like a 10 or 7 or tens of uh, snowballs to migrate their 750 petabyte of data uh, to migrate to the AWS cloud, right? So in this example, a customer goes through the process of decommissioning a data center, moving the entire workload to the cloud. First, all of the current corporate data needs to be migrated. To complete this migration, AWS Snowball appliances, which is hardware available, are used to move the data center from customer existing data center to S3 bucket. So from the S3 bucket, you can send the data wherever you want. So you use these snowballs for one-time massive migration. Yeah, we talked about the whole life cycle or the whole cycle, how it works. And if in case you want to migrate ongoing data, well, you want to migrate data over a period of time, right? So you can use, by the way, multiple services. One of them, like one is data sync we are not talking about, but yeah, there is a, for the storage point of view, we are going to use storage gateway. Yeah, so here we have an example with an ongoing data migration from on-premise storage solution use case. Customer has a hybrid cloud deployment with data being used by both an on-premise environment and system deployed in the AWS. That's a storage gateway, which is a hybrid solution for our storage. For caching, for low latency, you still have the storage available. And for backups, for your as a extended file system, you can use S3 as a object or object storage available. Yeah. So or you can use the direct connect as we talked about. Additionally, customer want to dedicated connection to AWS that provides a consistent network performance. They can use the direct connect, right? So typically storage gateway is used for the AWS as a file extension to the S3, and direct connect is for the migration or any other of the data you use it. Okay, so Kinesis for continuous streaming data ingestion. You remember we talked about the uh, Kinesis data streams, so wherein you can uh, ingest the data using this service. Yeah, so use cases usually customer who wants to ingest the social media feeds, logs, financial data continuously directly to the S3. From there on, you can run and process or analyze the data. Yeah, so as a part of continuous data migration, customer uses Kinesis data firehose, by the way, to ingest the data without having to provision dedicated set of servers. Yeah, you can use the firehose for where data is decided for 24 hours to 7 days. Okay, with that is another knowledge check before we get into our last segment. Uh, so when migrating to object less than 100 GB to AWS, which service you think shall be considered? Right. Most of you answered as S3. Give me a second. Sorry. Yes, the right answer is S3. Okay, so moving on with the pricing part of our session. Uh, so onto the pricing, we are going to talk about pricing tools, pricing structures, pricing characteristics. Yep. So let's have a look at how do you choose the resources based on the pricing and what is our pricing philosophies as well. So how does pricing works at AWS? So as you might know, if you have joined any of our business class, we talk about we are customers obsessed. We think about how we can make our approach consistent to reduce the process to reduce the cost, right? So very temporalized pricing we have, by the way. uh, First, you based onto the utility is the utility based. As much as you use, you pay for that. Pay only for what you use. Yeah, and you choose only the services you need, not accumulating. Like for example, if in case you are using any service as a part of it, like of using monitoring of like CloudWatch, it's a part of it. Yeah, until less you are not going for the detailed one. Start or stop any service at any given point of time. No long-term commitments. Yeah. So based on this philosophy, it does work. Each service is priced independently, so you can choose only the service you need. Pay as you go, increased volume, reserve pricing. So flexible pricing options are there to help you with optimizing the cost. Pay as you go, allowing you to pay only for the services you need. Okay, I'm hoping my volume is fine. And I got some message. Audio is quite low. Uh, just let me know if it is for everyone. Okay. So it's a fine for most of you. So for those it's distorted, guys, it can be your bandwidth as well. So yeah, have a look onto that if in case it's at your side as well. Uh, yeah, so we were talking about the pricing pay as you go, increased volume. So for example, onto the S3, if you are putting, for example, 100 GB, you might pay like uh, 10 cents. If you post like more than 450 GBs, you will pay like lesser than that. So based on to the volume, pricing is also changed. And there is a reserve pricing. So if you commit to the compute or commit to the type of EC2 instances, we call as a reserved instances, you can get a benefit of uh, reserving the capacity as well. Yeah, so that's a three philosophy we work on. Yeah, and let's see from the characteristics point of view, there are three fundamental. Compute prices is basically pay per hour, most of them, but there are few of them is with the per second as well. For the Linux machines, some of them are open source. Linux are giving per second as well. And there is a storage pay per GB, as I given a typical example on storage onto the S3. And then there is a data transfer out. So data which is transferring out per GB, you pay for that. So there are, by the way, no charges for incoming data. With few of the uh, yeah, there is no price for the incoming inbound data, by the way, if as a question came up. Yes, but few of them are very exceptional. Most of them have not. Yeah. Okay, so data charges between data transfer charges between the region is applicable due to the region transfers over the internet data transfer on both sides of the region. So yes, it's there. The outbound data transfer is aggregated across EC2, S3, RDS, DynamoDB, SQS, SNS, and VPC. Yeah, so this charge would appear on a monthly statement as AWS data transfer as well. So now we talk about the EC2 pricing models. So first is the on-demand. As I talked about, purchasing ticket directly onto the counter at airport. So we'll have a little higher prices as it is giving you on-demand requirement. Uh, high prices not comparing with the market standard. I mean by that others available pricing models. So on demand is per hour basis, so it is suitable for a different type of workloads. So here you pay per hour with no long commitments. So if it is a test or environment, or maybe as I talked about analytics workload you are going to run for 2 3 hours, you might go for the on demand, right? And on the other hand, you have the reserve instances where you reserve the capacity in advance. Yeah, so for 1 or 3 years you have an option to choose from, and you reserve the EC2 instance type. To give the flexibility, we have a convertible reserve instances as well. If in case you are using M type of EC2 instance and you want to move to the C type because your resource usage increased, you can convert it as well. But you get a significant discount when you reserve the capacity. 50 to 75% lower hourly rate as compared to the on demand. Yeah. With that, we have another one is the saving plan. It's not covered in there, so I just wanted to call it out. Saving plans are basically two types available. You can having saving plan for the compute and for the EC2 instance type. Compute is like we talked about Fargate, right? We talked about other compute we use. If in case you are using you committing per hour dollar value to the compute usage, that will be aggregated among all of the compute resources you are using. Like for example, $5 per hour you are committing for 1 or 3 years, you will get significant discount around 66% for the compute overall. And if on the other hand for the EC2 instances, if you are committing onto the saving plans for 1 or 3 years, similar to the reserve instances, but you have flexibility, you can move around your EC2 instances, yeah, from one class to another, one family to another. Okay, so spot instances. What spot instances? Guys, I asked you to remember the name once I was showing you the demo. Spot instances, you remember there was a price associated with it, which was showed at that time $0.0035 per hour. So the capacity we have in our data centers is not all the time is used at its maximum potential. So we have always leftover capacity or unused capacity, right? So for that matter, we give out on very low cost those those instances at 90% of lower cost as compared to the on demand, right? So you can, by the way, it shows the bid, but now you do not have a bid option. You can put the maximum uh, price you are ready to pay. For example, you are ready to pay $1. It was showing 0.0035. You say, okay, I need this instance until unless the price doesn't go above $1, I'm ready to pay for it. You can go for the you can have this capacity with you, right? No one will take away from you. So when I say take away from you, spot instances has a caveat, uh, by the way, that within the 2 minutes it will take away the capacity, it will cause the interruption if in case there is a demand increased. But 95% time it doesn't go away. That's the trend so far been. If in case you go to the spot advisor, spot advisor is basically over the AWS website. We have showed all of the spot instances types, EC2 instances type, which been interrupted over the period of time. All the historical data is available, so it's not been taken away most of the time. So only 5% times. So you can go for the spot instances. If you ask me which type of workload you will choose the spot instances, like if I'm running, you saw that a video I sent you in the morning. So to run some of the workload, you're spending like 5 days to run any analytics, right? You can go for spot instances, fleet of spot instances. Like you are using 10 EC2 instances, now you can use 100 of them at very low prices, and it will get the job done in a couple of hours, right? And that is a non-critical workload. Yeah. So by the way, the bid system is not there anymore. Now you can put a maximum price, as I showed it to the demo. We'll certainly update that too. And then there comes the dedicated instances. So dedicated to basically type of workload it depends on. For for example, for SAP, you need a dedicated host, so no one else is hosting their workload onto it. For a because of the licensing terms. So every SAP workload is running having one associated hardware key with it. Yeah. So no movement with the host is required. So for that matter, uh, you can go for the dedicated host as well, which is isolated at hardware level only for your usage, can come in on demand and reserved pricing as well. So ABS pricing is based on the volume, charge based on the per GB. If 100 GB, you will be paying for the 100 GB. Varies by the volume type. SSD has a different pricing, and HDD has a different snapshot. Charged by space consumed in Amazon S3. Yeah, and charged by volume copied across regions as the data will be transferred. And transfer is inbound is free, outbound is tiered, by the way. So as you increase the consumption, you might paying lesser for the outbound as well. On to the S3 pricing model. S3 pricing model is based on the amount of storage you are using. Tiering once again, region you are in, minimal changes would be there. Storage class, as you remember, there was 7 different storage classes were there, and everyone had a different pricing. Like Glacier being the uh, low cost as compared to the standard, and Deep Archive is way cheaper. And then there is a number and type of request, like for get, put, and copy, and amount of data transferred out of the region as well. So AWS services with no additional charge, which we have discussed today. VPC, no charges. Beanstalk, no charges, only for the underlying workload, underlying operations running onto the EC2 instances or databases. You will be paying for that, no cost for the service. Auto scaling, no cost, and there is a cloud formation, no cost for that to use, and IAM as well. So no additional cost with these services. Okay, guys. So how do you get hands-on onto these services? Want to try it out? Like for example, EC2 for 750 hours per month, it is available for you to try it out. You can use the free tier account for with this 12 months of subscription for free. So yeah, you can use the free tier account for that matter. Okay, so there is a question difference between reserve and dedicated instance. Okay, so Ravi, reserve instances, by the way, dedicated instances, you can be also reserve instances. So we need to understand what dedicated instances are. So it's not a, by the way, purchasing type we can call it, but yeah, dedicated is type of workload. Very why is that on the slide? We were talking about the use cases along with it. So dedicated instances are typically used for the workload like of SAP, like of Oracle, where have a licensing term, then no one else can run onto the same hardware level. As you know, onto the cloud, it's a shared environment. Onto one virtualized host, many other customers are running, right? So for these applications, you use like SAP, you use a dedicated hardware level access. You can even have a bare metal access too, yeah, where you can install your own virtualization as well. So reserve instance is one type of it. You can also reserve the hard dedicated instances types as well. You can also use the dedicated host instances, or dedicated host for the on demand as well. So that has, so for example, dedicated can be used with the on demand as well as the reserved. Since we were talking about the type of workload we use, it is kept there to inform you. Yeah, it gives you the dedicated, still gives you the ability and flexibility as well. Okay, so I'm hoping Ravi have answered your question. With that, let me have a view on to the other question. Say data transfer within the region is free. Yes, within the region there is no cost. Within the AZs, no transfer cost. Sunil. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you, Casper, for answering. Will I get my data after expiration for free? Some charges will be paid. So will I get my data after expiration for free? So if data is expired, why it will not be there? If it is purged, what do you mean by that? No, no inbound cost, Virender. You asked about inbound cost. No, dedicated is, yeah, dedicated more cost as compared to the on demand and reserve. To be true, yes, it is. Can you please walk through billing section in the console, Amit? That would take a lot of time. By the way, in the free, that's why we talk about the free tier account. You can have a look onto this. But yeah, as you say, I'll just very quickly walk you through because we are on to the end of our session. So to the Cost Explorer. By the way, this is one of the segment we were also covering. So Cost Explorer is going to give you the whole view onto that. Virender, you talked about outbound. Outbound is chargeable. Yeah, that's what we talked about. So you can see here, this is where I can see the consumption. It is also telling me this month what my expenditure has been and forecasted for the next month. I can filter it out. I can find it out which service used the most. Yeah, and by the way, this will be internal view for all of us, and you can also explore the cost further. There are the filters like right now these are used. This is internal, some of the things, by the way, because it is our own. By the way, the saving plans I've been talking about, if someone had a question around it, this is two types of saving plans are available: compute saving plans and EC2 uh, plan. Okay, so Cost Explorer is for you to explore your cost. EC2 instance, how much I used there, and this green color talked about SageMaker. So looks like I'm working something onto the machine learning that will shown here. EC2 instances are there. RDS is there. Okay, so I'm using a lot of RDS resources. And then you can surely filter it out monthly, daily, hourly. So daily we can go for monthly. I'm hoping I just walked you through. Uh, there's a lot to use it. You can put a budget as well based on your projects. Okay, so back to the slide, guys, where I can see all the services I'm using and all in the region in one view. You have to put the filters and find in there, guys. By the way, for that, Sanjeev, I think service like of organization will help you. Yeah, so I'll share more information. Just giving it a name or organization. Organization. That's what we call it. Organization. Yeah. So anything you want to search out, I will just give you this mantra as well. aws.amazon.com/ any service like organization with this on. So yeah, maybe not the right name. So you can find it organization. I am not remembering the right name, but yeah, you can have accumulated prices for that just to find out. Okay, so with that, back to the slide, Sanjeev. I hope I have answered your question. And then is some simple monthly calculator for you to find out uh, or estimate your monthly calculation. So, how much you are going to pay monthly for EC2, CloudFront, S3, any of the service, you can use simple monthly calculator. So, the tool which allow you to model the cost of architecting on a solution onto the AWS is simple monthly calculator. While you are architecting, simple monthly calculator will help you. Okay, so by the way, we are in the process of launching a new calculator. Very soon it will be operational, I think in uh, June this year. Right now, we are migrating many services onto that. Very interactive interfaces in there. Cost Explorer, we just had a view onto that. Cost Explorer to help you get started quickly, understand where you're spending the most, EC2 and everything. You can put the customer intervals. I'm sorry, I cannot go for the demo altogether. It's a very deep subject, which will consume a lot of time as well. You can filter groups as we saw on to the right side. There were a lot of filters to apply based on the type of workload, based on the type of your consumptions. Yeah, and forecast, you can, like I showed you, there is was a forecast next month how much my expenditure is going to be. You can save that, and programmatically you can access it. If in case you want to build your own dashboard, showcases to your management, you can do that using the Cost Explorer. TCO calculator. So this is the point where you want to find out. I had been running a workload onto the data center, how much it will cost running onto the AWS, how much savings I'm going to get, how much faster it is going to be in terms of achieving the break even, right? So it will tell you how much cost you are going to save over the period of time. So TCO calculator is basically total cost of ownership running your workload onto the on-premise as compared to the AWS. So you can put your workload, all of your discovered workload onto the TCO calculator, total cost of ownership. What does that mean? Like purchasing a projector in your house, the cost is one is buying, and then there is a cost is for operating the projector, like electricity or whatever. That's where here we talk about calculating the cost running your workload onto the cloud, right? So that's what the TCO is, basically total cost of ownership. So this tool will tell you how much it is going to cost to run your workload onto the AWS. Give it a go, guys, and it helps you to build your business case once you are interacting with your customer who are migrating their workloads. Yeah. So there is a question, how does instance scale automatically on AWS? What needs to be done? That's auto scaling, Virender. Don't worry, I will share one of the section wherein you can visit an online course where it talks about all of the those tools as well. Okay, knowledge check. Which tool will allow you to model the cost of architecting a solution onto the AWS? As I am asking about the cost of architecting, not cost of migrating the data center. So don't get confused between the TCO calculator and simple monthly calculator. Like I'm architecting, for example, a media service, right? I need S3, I need a transcoder for Lambda for transcoding. Which will give me the information onto that? Will it be TCO, trusted advisor, or build reporting? That would be simple monthly calculator, right? So simple monthly calculator will tell me what will cost S3, what it will cost onto the EC2, and TCO calculator talks about onto the compute, how it is going to factor onto the once you run operation onto the cloud, onto the storage side, and all those side. This is a granular report onto the services side. So simple monthly calculator. Okay, so means additional instances which might be dormant before DR invocation. I'll just see that. Knowledge check, another one. Now that you have started your migration to the cloud, Let's consider that way. You want to find out which service you use the most, where the majority of traffic is coming from. Which tool should you use, guys? You want to explore where the most expenditure is. Cost Explorer. Right. Good. Thank you everyone for your answers. I'm happy that you have been very uh, interactive, answering the questions and also putting the questions, kept busy all the team sitting behind helping you with the answers. Yeah, with that, if in case guys, as talked about many of the answers, you want to explore further, understand in the more details, since this is a foundation course, many of the things we cannot jump into very deep into the technical details, but we cover as much as we can. Yeah, so but for further learning, you can go to the partner learning page within your partner central. You can find out the learning resources and you can get started with it. Uh, you can go for the similar courses as well. So with that, we are just now by the end of our session, and the certifications you might be willing to appear for, like you can get started with the foundation one. The things we have discussed today very much will be relevant for your cloud practitioner exam. But this is not it. You can review our online course, which is a digital free course available before appearing to the exam as a refresher. And next step for the solution architect, usually the uh, associate level, as we have architect, operation developers, and then there comes the professional for usually typically we say 2 years of experience. And if in case you are in a one vertical working for many years, you want to appear for big data, advanced networking, security, machine learning, Alexa, and there is a new one is for the database. You have been a database administrator and in a very for long years managing the databases, you can go for the specialty exam of database as well. Okay, so learning path is very helpful for you to define and find out how you can get started. If you remember in the morning, I showed you the learning path for solution architect. It's a easy peasy. I'll show you once again, but before that, let me know if you guys have any question. I know it's not a question to ask because you have been posing a lot of questions and we are trying our best to answer them. And with that, we put a curtain on our curriculum. So on our curriculum, and we will move on to our assessment part. So be there. We will share. We will share the link which you can launch your assessment and achieve the accurates. Yeah. So some of you might have started already, and give you let me give you the URL or maybe post onto the screen and let the questions come. Meanwhile, let me just go back to my slides. So guys, let's go for the assessment part now. And meanwhile, I'm here to help you with the questions you have. Okay, so there is a link now in the chat. So can you all go to this? I will just showcase onto the URL. I won't be able to log in, guys, but let me showcase it to you. Okay, so you might get this error as well. Okay, so don't be afraid, or you can use this URL as well. So what you need to do on your right side on the top, I'm hoping right now everyone is looking at it, because most of the time later stage I get questions like uh, how I'm getting this error, guys. If in case you run into this error, you need to sign in. Sign in how? Using Partner Central account. Once you click on it, it will log in. Yeah, then let me just, I'm just taking it back on my screen. I need to enter some of the detail and then I'll jump next step. You just go ahead with adding your uh, details. But guys, importantly, once you are done with your assessment, raise your hand so I understand and I mark all of you who have done the assessment. Yeah, so just let me know by raising hand, not before you are done. So yeah, we get an understanding. So let me, I'm hoping all of you can log in. Meanwhile, I'm just logging at my site. Okay, so once you log in, you will see this page will have come up. Okay, and then here you might have a register option if in case like to me it is showing retake this course because I have done it before. Uh, to you, it might showcase as a register. Then you go down to last module, and then you launch it. So this would be the your exam. So you launch it. It will pop up in a new window, and then you give the grades. So once you get an option, you cannot locate this, then you have to log in. By the way, if you have already logged in, it might have not taken the information. So guys, go with the new new tab and open it. So that's how the question will come. Oh, okay. So, okay, I have cleared the exam, by the way. So you can retry the quiz and review the quiz as well. So I'll just showcase you. Before that, as some of you have asked how to do it, let me just go back. Just try it out, guys. I'll showcase it once again if you have any trouble. Just try it out. Try in a new window if in case in a new tab if you are getting any challenges. So yeah, some of the troubleshooting skills are also required from your end because I won't be able to see 225 people's screen. But if in case it persists for a longer period of time, I will certainly take a remote access and see. Not I'll take remote access, but yeah, we will be able to see in the, I will make you presenter, you can share your screen. So once Akshay, you get the option, you cannot find the training, you need to log in and then you go to your transcript. Yes, it will prompt you for the free digital course. Then you go to the assessment, which is the last module for that. Give me 1 second. Meanwhile, I'm just checking something how I can help you. Anish, love to read that. You have it sorted. I know slowly all of you will sort it out. So please take your time logging into new tab maybe. I'll just showcase once again. You are done with your troubleshooting. When once you are tired of logging in, I'll just showcase once again. By the way, it's very easy. few questions. So I wanted to bring this slide. Okay, one second. I'll just bring this slide which has a URL short link. This one. And just copy paste as well. Oh, sorry. So guys, use the link I sent you now to everyone can see that. You can go for that link too. Okay, I'm going to showcase once again how. Okay, Seema, so I just saw your message. You got like 5 minutes before starting your next meeting. Let me see, can I make presenter here? So you can showcase what's the challenges you are facing. Not sure with this tool. Can I make you presenter? Maybe not. Let me just check. Where is the panel? Oh, there it is. By the way, once again, I'm going to showcase how you log in. Um, so, okay, so this might take my cookies value. So let me open a new window. Okay, so I am sending this URL to everyone, and once again, I am sending. So yeah, this error you will run into. Okay, so it's not an error, by the way. So yeah, so Sam Krishnan, if you can see my screen, I am expecting all of you getting this error. Fine. So once you get it, because we are not logged in right now. So if I had logged in before, this would take me to the training directly. So I sign in. I sign in how? Using the Partnol Central account. I sign in. I add my credentials. Sorry, I have to take my screen away from here. But all I'm doing is entering my email address and the password. So I enter my email, by the way, my organization email. Yeah, so like for you, someone ending with wipro.com or deloitte.com, so whatever you have used for the Partnol Central. Yeah, and then you enter the password. I logged in. So once I enter the credentials, it had just now loading up, and you get this AWS Technical Professional Digital course. Yeah. So once you get it, you will have an option here to start it, something like that. And then you go into the AWS Technical Professional Assessment, and then you launch it. If you are wondering why it is showing completed for me, because I have done this course before. If you're getting the same error like no training is found, launch a new tab, use the URL I have given you. It shall not occur again. If you see here, if I click on enter, automatically it will land up me onto that page, not giving me option to the sign in one. Yeah. Seema, if you are on the line, were you able to resolve that? If it is showing you as a register, no problem. You can go directly to the assessment part and get started with your assessment. So for those who have cleared their assessment already, please raise your hand in the panel so I'll get to know that you have done it. Carol, Mrityunjay, Chatra, Umesh has done it already. Saswat too. Mr. Hemant. Yeah, so guys, let the hands up more and more so I can understand. So I have already logged in. Thank you, Sama, for informing. Oops, the play button doesn't work. It shall. It is working from, yeah, just try it out. But still getting the same for me. It's showing as registered. If in case yes, it's a good. Seema says done. It is stuck on the next page in spite of play starting off. Oh, okay, sometimes it might. I think we are putting a lot of load onto the assessment. By the way, it shall work for you. Seema, you can do it. Seema, if in case there is a very critical meeting, as you mentioned before, take your time. You can do it afterwards. It's not like a window I have just opened for you. So it's good. Like I'm here right now. If you have any question which is not clear to you, you might pause it back to me so I can help you with that. But if in case you have a critical meeting, go ahead with that. Kishore has completed the assessment. Amazing. Thank you, Kishore. I'm not able to retake. You can retake, by the way. Like I did, I showed you how I retook that retry quiz. Uh, Virendra shared his email. Thank you. Please mark it to me. Yeah, what to mark? Go to the next step after registered is stuck onto the next page. After this session today, I'm going to send you uh, an email with the content. So all of you will have my email address with you as well, if in case you want to reach out for anything. Yeah. By the way, you all, as a partner, have a single point of contact within your organization. By the way, given as assigned to your organization, like for registered selectees, you have PDR called as a partner development representative. For premium and advanced tier partners like Wipro, Accenture, Deloitte, IBM, and others like PlaceClan, now Umbrella, and many others. Today on the session, uh, having the dedicated person for your relationship with AWS. So if in case something, you can reach out to them as well. So Prabhakar has completed with 87%. Amazing. Good job, Prabhakara. I was expecting 99%. Raise the bar. Just kidding. I know. It's good. Good job. Thank you, Nilesh. Just raise your hand, guys, whosoever has done it. And I'm now considering most of you are not getting into any operational issues with the login. If in case yes, uh, that would be I'll just recommend you to try a different browser or something, since more of you have already uh, logged in successfully, so should not be a issue with everyone. So all I'm saying, I'm hoping everyone is able to, whosoever is able to log in and are, I think all are able to pass. But if in case there is any question you think is not clear, just let us know. So someone just passed with the 95% Rangarajan, good job. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for clearing the exam as well. So try with the Chrome and Firefox. It will work better for you. So do we get certificate for passing this? Yes, if you go to your transcript, let me show you. You can see my screen certainly. Let me see, what do you see? Yeah, you can see my screen. So go into your transcript. From therein, you can go to your archived and you can, by the way, I'm not sure. Yeah, I have done it like many years before. This is latest one, but yeah, 2019. So you can find your completion certificate like this way. Yeah, so you can find your certificate as well, which feel free to share over LinkedIn if you are willing to. Okay, so yep, so I'm hoping all of you are now logged in and able to go through the assessment. So Piyush has just messaged. He has scored 96%. Amazing. For all of you who wants my email address, I am sharing in the chat. Thanks, Hemant, for clearing the exam, joining in. Thank you, Hemant. Love to know that feedback. It was pretty informative for you. Keep an eye on our upcoming sessions as well. Oh, Anish has got almost bingo, but yeah, good Anish, no worries. Good job. 97% is not bad.